Good morning. Today is Tuesday, February the 20th. This Committee of Finance, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Committee of the Whole is called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Here.
Here.
House, Jones, Casey,
Present.
Kelly, Moore, here, McCormack, Valencia,
Present.
Spencer,
Present.
Mr. Chairman, your report.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. First of all, welcome to the administration. Thank you for coming today. Mayor, welcome to the table for the annual transmittal. Just to go over a couple of reminders for the table as well as for the listening audience. During the last quarter of 2023, from October through December, council held several operational hearings. We wanted to try to have a conversation around the operational hearings and also be proactive in making suggested and recommendations to the administration. Through that process, there were approximately between $3.5 and $6.5 million in requests that were honored by the administration, that the administration did take feedback in order to put in. So I wanted to set the grounds for today's meeting. We're here today to really focus on budgeting and on the budget appropriations. I know that this is the only time that we usually get the mayor to the table. He joked when he came in and said he doesn't get over here often enough. We may have to work on that. But as we have him today, we may have a couple of questions that are tied to staffing and operations as I talk to the chief of finance as well regarding that. I do want everyone to know that we are going to adhere to our 15-minute rule. After 15 minutes, if you have an actual question, or after 15 minutes and you have something else you would like to add, then we will put you back on. The questions will be taken in order of leadership first. After leadership, then we will move to council questions in terms of seniority. So that means that the dean will be first, and then we'll move in terms of seniority from there. But first and foremost, I do want to give the mayor and his team an opportunity to make any opening remarks. And once again, I'd ask everyone to show the appropriate amount of decorum, and also for the administration to recognize that council really just is trying to do our due diligence. So we're going to be probably asking some tough questions, as well as really hoping that we get the answers and transparency that not only us, but the rest of the community would like to see. So that being said, I believe we set the ground floor. Before I go any further, does any of our colleagues have any questions regarding the format that I just laid out? Okay, Mayor, you have the floor.
Great. First, I want to just thank the council president and this council for working
I apologize.
with.
I think I should at least read the appropriation ordinance, right?
Yep.
Okay, maybe that's the first thing I need to do. I apologize, Mayor. Ordinance number 160-2024 by Councilmember Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to make appropriations and provide current expenses for the daily operation of all municipal departments of the city of Cleveland for the fiscal year from January 1, 2024 until December 31, 2024. Mayor, you have the floor.
First, I want to just thank the council president and this council for your support for Ahmed and I as we executed this new approach to our budget process. From my standpoint, I thought the operational hearings were quite effective to really get feedback on how all of our departments are operating, how to include your feedback in this year's budget. Over the past 2 years, I think we've made a tremendous amount of progress collectively as a city. The long-term financial plan helps guide the city's budgeting process to provide high-quality services to every resident, business, and visitor by creating a structural balance in the city's budget, resulting in a sustainable economic future for the city. To achieve this goal, the long-term financial plan helps identify and prepare a thorough analysis of issues that impact the city's financial condition over the next 5 years. It also works to investigate and propose cash flow strategies required to manage future adversity and support the preparation of the city's yearly tax budgets, which are due to the Cuyahoga County Budget Commission. The City of Cleveland revises its long-term financial plan on an annual basis as part of its ongoing strategic planning efforts. The City of Cleveland has developed and adopted a structurally balanced budget policy to ensure that recurring revenues are equal to its reoccurring expenditures in the adopted budget. This policy is important because it allows us to make sure we have a sustainable economic future for the city. And having a structurally balanced budget is key because it gives us the foundation to make the right investments and manage our critical priorities as a city. Now, our budget overview focuses on community engagement, which is a big part of our efforts to make sure that this budget process is transparent and effective. And we are committed to ensuring that the city's budget is accessible to everyone and that residents have a voice in how public dollars are being spent. Finally, it's worth noting that the fiscal health of Cleveland is promising as we have experienced moderate yet consistent revenue growth. And with the promising outlook ahead, we stand poised to make strides towards a stronger, safer, and more prosperous future for all. So now I want to just spend just a couple of minutes walking through a snapshot of our key priorities as an administration. First, I want to again just thank Council for your support and partnership on our key efforts around safety, especially our raising investment in Safety for Everyone initiative, and also the establishment of our Neighborhood Safety Endowment Fund. In December, the NSF, a donor-advised fund managed by the Cleveland Foundation, awarded its first $1 million in grant making to 30 grassroots organizations and programs focused on critical violence prevention work in our neighborhoods. Around building and housing, in 2023, we completed a comprehensive survey of over 163,000 parcels and properties across Cleveland to help us make sure that we are more data-driven when it comes to demolitions, nuisance abatement, and home rehab work. And armed with this data, with your support and partnership, we passed Residents First, a robust housing agenda that cracks down on predatory investors and gives the city a new set of powerful tools to manage nuisance properties. Our team, as you know, is also actively working on the Southeast Side Promise, a multifaceted plan to address the issues of concentrated disinvestment in Cleveland's Southeast neighborhoods. And great emphasis is also being placed on providing high-quality, basic city services for all residents as City Hall continues to move towards modernization for the 21st century. Already, we have added an additional paving crew to perform in-house resurfacing instead of hiring contractors. We've collected tons of illegal dumping material, implemented the new route optimization tablets and software for our new snow and ice control initiative. We also, for the first time in history, have finally adopted a digitized parking system through a pay-by-pay app for on-street parking with kiosks coming soon. And then last year, we replaced lead service line connections with copper lines in nearly 3,000 locations all across the city. And in this year alone, we've replaced over 658 of those lines in more locations. And in recent months, we also just launched our brand new website, the first new website we've seen in nearly 2 decades in our city. And in months ahead, we'll be launching our brand new 311 Center hotline for all residents. Now, I think it's also important to take time to talk about the great work we've done with your support and partnership, with also the support of the Biden administration with our ARPA investments. We've used these investments to lay a critical down payment to really address some of our biggest structural issues we've seen in this city. One, closing digital divide. With your support, we've leveraged a $20 million ARPA investment to work with Digital C and Sci-Fi to hopefully lay fiber in every part of our city. Our Transformative Arts Fund, a $3 million investment to really invest in public arts and art spaces in particularly underserved communities of color in our city. We also have made great strides and progress around abetting lead paint in many of our homes across the city of Cleveland as well too. And I'm also very optimistic about the ongoing work and partnership we have with our riverfront and lakefront planning efforts, as well as the work we're doing to take 1,000 acres of brownfield sites across our city with our $50 million site fund to attract and retain good jobs back to the urban core of Cleveland. Now to public safety. As you know, public safety is my first priority, my second priority, and my third priority as mayor. And the level of violence we've experienced in our city requires seismic investments and an all-hands-on-deck approach to address violent crime in the city of Cleveland. We are engaging everyone, police, fire, EMS, building and housing, community relations, residents, nonprofit partners, businesses, everybody to confront this issue. And we all have a role to play to keep Cleveland safe for everyone. We continue to work with the ATF, U.S. Marshals, Highway Patrol, a myriad of federal, state, local partners to address violent crime in our city. We've also made huge milestones in terms of police pay. We've increased cadet pay by 50%, and have also increased pay by up to 25% for every person in the Cleveland Division of Police. And because of these historic investments, we have seen in just the third quarter of last year a 45% increase in applications since we've made these historic investments with your support and partnership. And I think it's important to note that when we took office in 2022, we were in the bottom 50th percent statewide, in terms of police pay. Now, because of the investments we've made, our pay surpasses Akron, Canton, Toledo, Youngstown, Parma, and Lorraine, and we are now in the top 75th percentile in the state of Ohio. We've also increased the age for folks to join the Cleveland Division of Police from 40 to 55, again, because of your support and partnership as well, too. And in the last quarter of last year, we saw over 600 new applicants to the Cleveland Division of Police, and we're optimistic that as we approach the end of this quarter, we'll have a well-versed and hopefully a high number of folks joining the police academy at the end of this quarter. And I think it's important just to take a few moments to talk about tangible results that our investments in public safety have made all across the city. Over 7,000 arrests, we've recovered over 77 stolen vehicles, seized over 96 dangerous firearms, seized over 40,000 grams of dangerous pills and drugs, issued 78 search warrants, and then, since the height of the pandemic in 2020, when our city experienced over 190 homicides, over the last 3 years, we've seen a 14% reduction in the city of Cleveland in terms of homicides because of these investments we've made collectively as a city around public safety. But as we all recognize, we have more work to do as a city. That being said, because of the great work we've done over the last 2 years to have a structurally balanced budget, our credit ratings as a city has improved. Following our 2022 Moody's rating boost, last June, Fitch Ratings upgraded Cleveland's limited tax general obligation bonds and issuer default rating from an A+ to a AA-, a testament to the work we've done to improve the fiscal health of the city. Today, we hold a AA rating from the 3 largest credit rating agencies, S&P Global, Moody's, and Fitch. And this is critical because having a high credit rating lowers our borrowing costs and allows us to make more strategic capital investments in the city on both the short and long-term basis. As you know, the city's income tax is the largest source of revenue for the general fund. It is generated by a 2.5% tax on wages and earnings, not only of Cleveland residents, but also non-residents working in the city. And as Ahmed presented at your retreat last Friday, we've seen a big increase in the core employment of the city. So that's a positive sign in terms of the economic outlook for both the city and the region. General fund income tax receipts increased by 3.3% in 2023 when compared to 2022. And other sources of revenue increased by nearly 10% compared to 2022. The aggregate growth was 5.4%. A non-income tax growth was led almost exclusively by interest earnings of over $20.4 million, and excluding interest income, non-income tax revenues grew by less than 1%. And to improve the operational effectiveness of the budget, for the first time in our city's history, the mayor's estimate now includes budgeted vacancies in the non-departmental division known as the vacancy pool. Now, this pool is important because it provides our city the flexibility we need to hire and deploy staff across every division of the general fund to meet current operational needs. And as the pandemic showed us, we need that flexibility to ensure we can be nimble, to deploy resources when needed to deliver high-quality, basic city services to every resident across the city. Finally, staffing sheets have also been simplified across the enterprise to better align how the city operates and meets its staffing and operational goals. And as with any forecast, there is no guarantee for growth, but we will continue with conservative projections to ensure we are meeting the needs for a structurally balanced budget on a go-forward basis. In addition to income tax revenue growth, we project property tax, admissions tax, hotel tax, and interest earnings, among other sources of revenue, to increase modestly in 2024. And as required by the provisions of Section 38 of the Charter of the City of Cleveland, I hereby transmit the estimate of receipts and expenditures for all departments and divisions of the city for the year 2024, representing the general fund operating budget of $778.7 million and a total citywide budget of nearly $2.1 billion. And lastly, I wanted to say three important things. Number one, this budget is a structurally balanced budget, the mandate you gave this administration in 2022. Secondly, it creates the right level of flexibility that we need to meet the needs of our residents, but do it in a fiscally responsible way. And lastly, it prioritizes public safety, neighborhood revitalization, and makes the right long-term investments to ensure the economic transformation of our city and our region. That being said, look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And just to reiterate to all of the council members, the questions will go in this term. It will be leadership first, which would be myself, Councilman McCormick, and then Councilwoman Santana, and then we'll go in order of seniority, which you should know which the order of seniority is, but it starts out with Mike Polinsky and Kevin Conwell, and then we'll go from there, okay? For a point of clarification, Councilman Jones and then Councilman Starr.
I have no point of clarification, just put me down.
We have you down in order of seniority. All of council will be in order of seniority. You'll be called upon. If you decline to ask questions, then we'll move to the next person. Councilman Starr.
So where do I fall at in seniority? Second.
I don't know, somewhere around the bottom third. I don't have my paper in front of me, but yeah, it is. Yeah, the seating order in chambers, which is my astute majority leader just told me, but I do have a sheet, but we'll keep it moving, okay? Mayor, just a couple of things, and just want to make sure that I reiterate council's number one goal through this process is really to focus on a service budget, even though we do want to have austerity and we do want to make sure that we have savings, we're really clear about the service and how the services will be deployed in the city. We do appreciate austerity and the savings with the 27th pay that we approved, with the rainy day funds, which we think have helped with the Moody's rating and some of the other financial decisions that we've made. However, that it is extremely important that we provide a higher level of service for the residents of this city. I also want to say that this body is going to be focused on transparency. Since I've taken the helm and been a part of this body and been council president, we feel that it's very important to have transparency. So a lot of things that we're pushing and asking for around staffing are attributed to us being able to understand those two things. How's the service delivery going to impact the residents, and how are we going to make sure that residents have transparency in what we're trying to do, okay? So I'll start with a couple of things, and I will try to keep track of time even of myself today. But the overall vacancy pool, it's no secret, council has some concerns about the vacancy pool. And mainly our, as I said, transparency and service delivery. Why would we do this pool and it can potentially usurp council's ability to appropriate services through our oversight responsibilities? And as we ask other communities to clearly outline staffing and goals and objectives, it seems like we're giving ourselves flexibility while we're holding other people accountable. So can you tell us why it is not better to just assign those positions to to those departments? Because I believe it's approximately 125 positions, and it's about $6 million set aside, and we just have some concerns about that for several reasons.
Thank you for the question, Council President. First and foremost, our intention regarding the vacancy pool in no way was it focused on undermining council's appropriation power or authority. What we've seen in the city historically, even prior to our administration, was that we had a significant amount of general revenue fund capital that's restricted, sitting on the sidelines, that we couldn't deploy when we saw certain needs or demands in various departments. And historically, we haven't had a real data-driven approach in terms of how we budget for vacancy positions at the department level. And so, taking that into consideration, we thought that having this pool of vacancies gives us unrestricted capital to deploy that capital in the necessary departments based on the demands that we're seeing on the ground in terms of delivering high-quality basic city services. And I think case in point has been, for a good example, has been in public safety. Historically, we've had ghost vacancies in public safety that we have not been realistic about filling. And we would not been able to afford the historic pay increases that we did so we can be competitive as a police department across the state in terms of police pay if we didn't make hard choices about eliminating ghost vacancy positions that we were never going to fill. So again, this process is about being intentional, about being data-driven, and giving the city the flexibility we need to deploy capital where it's needed based on conditions that we're seeing on the ground to deliver high-quality basic city services. Ahmed, do you want to add to that?
Sure. To the Council President, good morning. Good morning, Council. Thank you, Mayor. I think a few thoughts on the pool and the role of council and the sort of interplay between council and the administration. As an initial matter, I think this would not be usurping council authority in that council would be approving it. So I think what's going on here is we're trying to capture a balance between allocating resources in the divisions as we historically have, which if you go through the book, as we talked about on Friday, the majority of the vacancies are in the divisions as they always have been. But we're trying to balance that which we know against that which we don't know. And it's hard to deal with that uncertainty as we budgeted historically because the resources are put in the divisions and they're locked up in those divisions. This pool gives us the ability to adapt to circumstances that we could not have anticipated at the beginning of the year when we're building the budget. And we all know we operate in a really dynamic environment where things change in ways that we couldn't anticipate every time. And obviously, the most recent obvious example is the pandemic, but the pandemic is only the biggest gorilla in the room. I think that there have been, over the years, many examples where the city has been in a position of having to respond to conditions on the ground, and it's been made more difficult by the fact that there hasn't been a little bit of flexibility built into the appropriation ordinance.
Well, you're going to probably get more questions about that, so I won't just spend an enormous amount of time because other chairs as well as other council members probably have to do a little deeper dive around that. For example, we know that we want residents first to work, and we know that a good majority of those positions we would just like to see allocated to building a housing, but I'm going to leave that line of questioning for my colleague Anthony Harrison when he comes to the table, okay? All right. The next thing that I do want to move to is around safety. We know the number. We started out at 1614. We wound up moving to about 1498. and now we're budgeting for $1,350. My first question, and I know that this is one that I just need to ask you, how are we independently verifying that optimal number that you are saying this is the optimal number that we need? Is it a third-party validation that tells us that that is the optimal number based on crime rate, based on per capita, et cetera? And then did we do that as an economical decision, or did we do that as truly that is the optimal number that we believe we feel right now?
Council President, I think there were a couple of factors that has really forced us to think differently about how we provide the right level of investment in public safety. First and foremost, I think it's important to note that every year since I've been mayor, we've increased the police budget. It's gone up every year because we've made thoughtful, focused investments to make sure that the men and women of our police department have the tools they need to fight crime to keep Cleveland safe. Secondly, it's been, as Chief Drummond mentioned in I believe the last public safety hearing, it's been a long time since we as a city have done a third-party analysis on what that optimal number is. Historically, in the past, we would just make up a number and say, let's go for it. And as this body gave us the mandate again in 2022 and in 2023, you told us to be realistic about what you can actually achieve in terms of hiring in our police department. Now, one positive thing that we've seen is since we've gone to 12-hour shifts, we've been able to have a fully staffed car plan in all 5 police districts. And per feedback we've gotten from our command staff, we're not very far from their recommended optimal number in terms of basic patrol staffing across all 5 police districts. And if we're very successful this year, hopefully we will be. We're going to work our butts off to be in terms of hiring. Not only will we be fully staffed based on that optimal number per the feedback from our command staff, but it will allow us to start to hire in those specialized divisions that we want to see hired, from sex crimes to homicides, et cetera. All that's a key part of our long-term plan. This year, we do intend to engage a third-party consultant to make sure we are using those best practices. But I would tell you this, when you look at Cleveland's population from a per capita standpoint, across our peers, across the state and across the country, we still have more police per capita than many of our peers. And, you know, I want to exceed the number we have in our budget for police. But again, part of this job is making the math work. Like you and this body of council, on the executive branch, I don't have the luxury of make-believe math or imaginary math. The math has to pencil, the math has to work. And when we experienced the mass shooting in July, that was an inflection moment for us as a city. And that inflection moment allowed us to have some hard conversations with our police union leadership to come back to the table to say, what else could we do to address the staffing issues we're seeing in Cleveland? And as you know, this is an issue that we're seeing all across the country. And per the police union's feedback and input, we came to this number because without coming to this budget number we proposed to you in this budget, we could not have afforded the pay increases we needed to address our staffing issues inside the Cleveland Division of Police. So I believe this is a smart, common sense, sensible approach to address our staffing issues, but also gives us the right roadmap to make sure we're fully staffed on a short and long-term basis.
All right, as a follow-up to that, Mayor, so I believe that overtime is around 12 million or so, but I know it's about 44% reduction in past, and we haven't gotten to the budgeted numbers already. So if we're not reaching the budgeted numbers, why did we project a 44% decrease in overtime when we may potentially have to see more than that 12 million?
Yeah, to the Council President, the reason that we reduced that number is largely driven by the fact that we have the 12-hour shifts now, which one of the assumptions made going into the negotiation process with the unions and for attempting to get the 12-hour shifts in place was that it would reduce the amount of overtime worked by uniformed officers, which again was another factor that went into our ability to provide the significant wage increases that we did last year. We knew that the money had to come from somewhere, and one of those places was that it was overtime. And to that point, we ensured that the contract with the union on the 12-hour shifts did not have any built-in overtime into the regular 12-hour day schedule. So in other contexts, employees that work 12 hours, they get 4 hours of overtime every day. In this context with the police, the 12 hours that they work is at straight time.
Okay. Well, as we look at staffing levels, that's something that I know that Councilman Palenka is going to do a deeper dive in, but we do have some concerns about staffing levels. We do want to make sure that we're not, in non-compliance with the consent decree, because I know that there were staffing plans that were submitted there. But it was a long, hot summer, and I know that there were some successes around homicide, solve rates, and other things, but for the most part, we had a really tough summer. And we want to get ahead of that. A couple of things, and I'm going to really leave some of the department conversations to the directors, but I really want to stay on some high-level things. Mayor, I know that we supported the EY study, and it was around efficiency and trying to help optimize departments. How do we reduce, because this council is really focused on trying to see people who are going to provide the service day to day, how do we reduce or use that report to reduce the amount of consultants, contractors, third-party people, czars, and other folks? How do we reduce that and try to have more permanent City Hall workers as opposed to having third-party contractors that we have doing some more of this work?
To the Council President, I think the EY study is going to give us the right foundation to really make some important operational decisions to make City Hall work more efficiently and effectively. I believe it's the first time we've done this kind of hard look in over 10 years. And so a couple of key initiatives we're looking at already. Number one, decreasing the time to hire. Right now, that's one of the biggest pain points. It takes folks months and months and months to onboard and be hired at City Hall. And, we have some really clear sprints. We're tasked with HR and civil service to address that. Secondly, around technology modernization. Everything from our HR systems, as you know right now, anytime we negotiate a new pay increase for one of our bargaining units, City Hall employees have to use paper to change their pay rates, which delays the time folks can get increase in their pay. And so modernizing our HR systems finally for 2024 is a key part of that study as well. And so I think it's important to also note there are really good things we're good at City Hall that we should be focused on. And then sometimes it's okay to have partners from the private sector to work with us to deliver for our residents. I think the two key cases in point regarding that has been the work you've partnered with us around with Highland and the West Side Market. Two assets we still own, but we partner with the nonprofit and private sector to make sure we're managing those assets more effectively and efficiently. So I think it's okay to look externally for partnership, for innovative ideas. But again, this EY study will give us, I believe, a good foundation to modernize some key systems that have yet to be modernized for a long time.
Okay. Last question for me, and then I'll turn it over to Councilman McCormick. Mayor, you've often said that the city should operate at the speed of business. And, I always use your quote quite sometimes that Cleveland can't wait because we all have a sense of urgency. And we feel that sense of urgency every day. How can we be faster, quicker, and more expeditious about making sure that we deploy some of the services in a prompt manner, in a timely manner, even if it's hiring people faster, making sure that we're getting follow-up and seeing the metrics that Director Crow and others that show us how the outcomes are coming together. And then also, how can we work with economic development and the law department to make sure that we get contracts out the door? Council is passing legislation and allocating money, and quite frankly, contracts and other things are not getting into the hands of the people we're legislating for 18 months, 2 years. How do we speed that up with the service delivery and making sure that we get contracts and those things out the door?
To your point, Council President, I think it's important to go deep on that question for a couple of minutes. One of the biggest challenges that we've had over the last 2 years has been working as quickly as we can to deploy the historic investments we've gotten from President Biden through the American Rescue Plan. And initially, it was our recommendation to this body to do what cities like Detroit did, was they brought in a firm to help them execute and deploy that capital in partnership with their government to get it out quicker. We didn't do that. So that has delayed, in many cases, the ability of our law department to get these contracts out as quickly as possible, on top of the administration's ARPA investments in conjunction with council's ARPA investments. And I think we've all seen the pain points around that, because we didn't have the staffing needed to appropriately execute those investments as quickly as possible, and we're working to fix that as we speak. Secondly, I would say I'm really excited about what Director Tom McNair is doing in ED. He's staffing up very quickly, as quickly as he can, to really re-engineer and get that department in a more effective and modern way. And then Ahmed and the finance department is also working with his team on a couple of things. Number one, modernizing our RFP process in terms of electronic bids, and also making sure we have a more modern payments process where folks can get electronic pay versus getting checks being mailed to them from the city of Cleveland. And Ahmed, maybe you want to chime in on that a bit more.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And to the Council President, I think there's a lot of examples like that. The new HR system, which when it's implemented will reduce the time to hire dramatically, so we'll get more folks in the building more quickly to provide services that folks want. And there's a lot of technology-based work going on. We have a new contract management system that we're implementing, so that the negotiating kind of drafting process between the city law department and the departments and our outside contractors can be done in a single system, so we don't have to rely on paper or keeping track of what version is the most current one as we're drafting these documents to expedite the process. We'll have electronic signature capabilities, so a document doesn't actually have to get physically walked through City Hall in triplicate and get signed by the department director, the law department, the finance department to certify the funds, et cetera, which can take a very long time, as similar to administrative review, as we all know. And so there are a lot of efforts kind of under the radar underway that in their totality should greatly increase the speed at which we're able to do our business.
Okay. And Mayor, just in closing, I'll give it to Councilman McCormick. We are going to really be looking close and hard at that staffing pool. It's a lot of council's mindset that a lot of those positions should be allocated, but we're also going to look at council's authority around that, because we take our oversight authority very serious, and we want to make sure that we're doing it to make sure that we're transparent for the public. But thank you for your presentation. I'll now turn it over to Councilman Kerry McCormick, and then Councilwoman, Council Majority Whip Jasmine Santana.
Thank you, Council President. Good to be here this morning, Mayor. Good morning, Chief. Should be Chief. I don't know. Awesome public servant. What is your title? City Controller. City Controller. All right. Great public servant. Good morning, Mayor. First, I want to thank you for your service, but also everyone sitting behind you. I want to recognize the Mayor's administration that's here today, from all different aspects of the city of Cleveland that we work with on a daily basis. Public service is thankless. It's not easy. There's a lot of joy in it, and you can make impact, but I know that it's not easy. So I do want to recognize the folks sitting behind you, Mayor, that work on behalf of the citizens of the city of Cleveland every single day. So I want to give them a shout out. They all had to be here this morning, so lucky them. I'll be brief, really. I just have a couple points, and I'll pass it to my colleague, Councilwoman Santana. First, I really want to recognize this effort around modernizing City Hall. For my entire time on council and my life living in the city of Cleveland, I've always held at the point that inefficiency helps nobody. And, at the end of the day, everyone here and anyone with a clevelandohio.gov email address works for the citizens of the city of Cleveland with the goal of producing services, right? Whether that's deploying a police officer, building a housing, a senior that needs help, a kid playing at a rec center, whatever it might be. So, the ability to do more with less, the ability to be more resourceful with the dollars that we have coming in, to me is an obligation, because that means we'll reach more residents, and we'll reach more residents with higher quality services. So To me, that's something that is critical. We haven't done enough of that over the years in this building to look at not only do we have the hiring, absolutely, but are we maximizing our resources? Because at the end of the day, if that means another senior gets a roof, if that means rec centers fix quicker, if that means folks are onboarded faster to help keep our streets safe, who benefits at the end of the day? Mr. Chairman, that's our residents. So I really do appreciate that strategic work. I know that is not grilling a steak today. That's not immediate gratification. That is money invested that will have to show results over years. And sometimes as an elected official, you want to be able to say, hey, look what I did, quickly to people. And I get that, and that's the nature of politics. It's harder to do strategic work. So I really want to recognize that. And obviously that has to produce results for the residents, but I want to highlight that. I chair the Transportation Committee on City Council. I want to thank your airport director. He's been very open, very helpful. Sometimes he asks for meetings with me. I'm like, no, we're good on that. But I love that spirit. He's very hands-on. He's very proactive. And we're at a critical point, Mayor, as you're well aware, with the master planning process, although we're not supposed to call it master planning anymore. It's strategic something. I'll ask the director later. But and so I really appreciate that work as we move forward. Obviously we're seeing our numbers up at the airport, Mayor. We're seeing more investments from airlines. We're seeing grants coming in, on various levels. But our committee will really be honing in over the next couple of years on that master plan to ensure that our airport is as best as it can be, as efficient as it can be to service the residents of the city of Cleveland. On that note, I also look forward to the 2 reports coming out in Q1 of this year on that publicly owned private jet hangar over there called Burke Lakefront Airport. That's my editorial comment. But I really look forward, honestly, to understanding economic impact, cost, and things like that, Mayor, on that facility. Because, at the end of the day, our goal as an airport system should be to provide high-quality air service. And if that thing is not doing that, then we need to take a hard look at that. Changing a little bit gears so that's just kind of commenting on the airport. Your director's been a great partner as we dive into that. As you know, Mayor, through the council president, how we get around our city outside of a vehicle is very important to me. And quite frankly, for a long time, we haven't done enough, and we've actually been passed by our peer cities on things like multimodal and traffic calming. So I'm curious through the chair to the mayor, how do we, and I know that I've been working with your administration on this, but for the public, for those folks that want to safely take a bus, for those folks that are saying, we want more, bike lanes or alternative ways to get around, how do we expedite that process, Mayor?
Thank you. Through the council president to the councilman. One, I'd say really excited about the work that Callie Marisman is leading as our senior strategist around mobility and transit on behalf of the administration. There are a couple things in the pipeline that I'm optimistic about. One, later this year, we will finish our mobility plan for the city of Cleveland. That will give us a set of concrete actions we can deploy to encourage more multimodal transit, but also to make sure we have more protected bike lanes across the city of Cleveland. Secondly, we are really excited about the TOD transit management policy we've deployed through the leadership of Director Wong and City Planning with Cali support as well too, to further incentivize developers to say, well, instead of having a parking garage, how about I give out bus passes or have bike racks in my building, and really incentivize that from a development standpoint as well. And then thirdly, making sure we get more than our fair share to the city of Cleveland through the historic investments we're seeing through the bipartisan infrastructure bill. We've already got millions of dollars around traffic calming as well to our airport as well too. And I think all those things work nicely together in terms of us really embracing multimodal transit and mobility as a city. Excited about the progress we're seeing with the Lorraine Midway project as well. And I think it's going to be critical that we also continue to see real teeth around our complete and green streets ordinance too, to make sure that that ordinance is that other incentive to really address some of the goals you outlined in your question.
No, I appreciate that, and I'll say that, you know, obviously, the idea of a more complete street is economics, it's equity, it's the environment, it's health, and sometimes you'll hear folks will say, "Oh, I'm not using a bike lane," and part of the reason might be is because they haven't had a great experience with it, right? If it's been a painted bike lane on a major corridor, and maybe they tried their bike on it or their neighbor did, and you know, they had a bad experience. So I look forward to that as well. I'm not going to take my colleague's thunder, but I've been working with Councilwoman Spencer on trees in our canopy. You know, we're looking at ways to bolster that funding, quite frankly. To me, this is a critical element. Chairman, to the mayor, I appreciate your forester's commitment on safety and maintenance. She's done a great job. She's been a great partner. But I believe fundamentally we need to increase the funding for planting. And so we're going to be looking at that on the council side. I won't steal my colleague's thunder, but I look forward to that. And then the last thing I'll just say, and I'm going to reflect what the council president noted, and you know this because I called you all summer. We had a really tough summer, as you know, Mayor. You were in the middle of it, so you're obviously aware of that. The cooperation that you helped initiate with the state and the federal government went a long way. I've never had so many calls in my office from residents talking about leaving the city, leaving my neighborhoods, residents that love the city, that are committed. And I fundamentally believe that when we communicated to them, there's a plan of action, here it is, and they saw that in the neighborhood, that really helped not only reduce the crime, but I think it also really helped residents feel assured that the city was doing everything they could and they were on top of it. So I guess, you know, the question through that is, you know, what is that structure, if needed, you know, planned for this summer? And, you know, how do we also look at, I think about our police officers and ensuring that they're able to do their jobs, they're able to especially address violent crime in our community. So can you speak to, going into the summer, what can we communicate? I'm going to a block club next week. What can we communicate to our neighborhoods about that successful structure, and if needed, or are we planning for that through the chairman?
Yeah, so since last summer, we have sustained those partnerships with the Ohio Highway Patrol, U.S. Marshals, ATF, and the U.S. Attorney. And we've already been planning for the summer, and that planning has already started. Now, there are a couple things that we're going to do that will be even more intense as we prepare for the summer months. The first thing that we've done is that we've continued to deputize members of the Cleveland Division of Police with the Marshal Service. And because of that partnership, we've been able to execute several detailed warrant sweeps all across the city. And that work will be ongoing on a quarterly basis between now and the end of the year. The other thing that we've done is that we've partnered with our federal and state and local law enforcement officers on our hotspot patrol model, where many of our police forces are deployed in microgrids where we see hotspots in the city. And as Director Dettelbach from the ATF, Clevelander, who was in town last Friday at the City Club, announced, this summer we should have a fully launched crime gun intelligence center in the city of Cleveland. That'll give us a dedicated intelligence function to get more crime guns off the street. Because as you know, that's one of the biggest loopholes. You have these folks who are buying guns legally, then selling them illegally as straw purchasers, and they're getting in the hands of folks who shouldn't have guns in the first place, especially our teens. And so we've embedded ourselves very closely with the ATF and U.S. Attorney to continue those operations. And, you know, the year is early. We're only in the second month of the year, but we have seen a substantial decline in homicides in the first part of this year so far, and hopefully that progress will continue. But I think the fact that we've deepened our partnerships with federal and state and local law enforcement, But then secondly, the fact that we now have dedicated, smart intelligence when it comes to policing, it's allowing us to police differently in a way that's more effective to really quell down some of the drivers of violent crime that we see across the city.
I appreciate that. And through the chair to the mayor, I'll just say too, as you know well, this idea that criminal justice reform and holding violent criminals accountable can't live together is completely false. And for some loud voices out there that try to play that game and to try to parse those things, it's not helpful to anybody. Our residents of all different backgrounds, of all different political affiliations, of all different races, economic levels, want safe streets, period. So I think that, continuing to talk about that's going to be really important so that, 5 voices or whatever can't dominate that conversation for the 400,000 people that live in the city of Cleveland.
And I would encourage this body to, obviously it's important this body advocates when violent crime is bad, but when you see positive things happen, also advocate that, because a big part of the issue is perception versus reality, and we must tackle both. And it's important that we're open and honest about positive milestones that gives the women and men of our police department confidence and the respect and just the empowerment they need to keep fighting the good fight.
All right. Thank you again, and I want to thank the folks in this room, but everybody that works for the city of Cleveland, that's in this book or not in this book, that does the hard work every single day. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councilwoman Santana.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. This is all tangled up. Good morning, Mayor.
Morning.
Thank you for your remarks today. I too want to thank Chief G and all the chief and directors that are in here. I mean, you really help us move the city along. If it wasn't with your partnership, we wouldn't be here today. But my question through the chair to the mayor is, last week we had a ribbon cutting for a welcome center. Kudos to County Exec Ronayne. This welcome center really just confirms that the population that's growing in our city is immigrants, newcomers, and I'm curious to know through the chair, how this plan how does it represent the multilingual, bilingual plan for the city of Cleveland, especially with staff members? Like, my dream one day is for an Arab family to walk in here or Latino and be able to feel included as part of City Hall. So I'm curious to know, what is your plan to align with the Welcome Center?
Well, really excited about the county executive's vision for the Welcome Center. It's a much needed function that we've needed in the city and the county for a long time. Our administration intends to work very closely with the county executive and Global Cleveland to make sure that Welcome Center is successful in the near term and the long term as well, too. Secondly, I just had this conversation at the staff meeting for the Community Relations Board. We have to find, I think, a more systematized way to embed language translation across the city. Frankly, I think it's too siloed right now. And so one of the things that I'm thinking about is, how do I work with leaders like you and my administration, particularly my comms leadership team, with Global Cleveland support, and really figure out a more systematized way to embed that across the enterprise of City Hall. And perhaps the Welcome Center can be a key partner to that effort, but I see the need every day. We're making small strides. You may have seen the new wayfinding sign when you walk through City Hall. We have more wayfinding coming through the leadership of Chief Tuen in our operations cluster. But we look forward to working with the county executive to make sure that we continue to be a welcoming place.
Thank you. And I do want to give a kudos to Director Mitchell and Director Woodson. I mean, they get it. And so, they're constantly reaching out to me, making sure that there's Latinos and other nationalities that are being linked to our services at the city of Cleveland. So thank you for that. I look forward to working with you. And then my second question is, like, as a chair of workforce and education, I know we don't have purview over the CMSD schools, but we have families all across in our wards that have students in CMSD school. So I'm curious to know, working with Chief Pomerantz and Dr. Morgan, how are you helping navigate this budget?
Thank you. Through the council president to the councilwoman. we had some hard choices to make. Unfortunately, historically, because of the federal investment that CMSD got, they deployed capital where it was needed. However, there wasn't a long-term plan to sustain that funding, which is why we are here today. And this is why I'm really proud of the work we've done as an administration with your support, is we are deploying ARPA capital in a way that can be sustained over time versus prioritizing just one-off projects or one-time expenses that don't have a matching source of revenue to fund those expenses over time. And so I work very closely with the CEO of CMSD, Dr. Morgan, his leadership team. Ahmed has been a part of those conversations. I'm confident that they'll find a way to get to a balanced budget, but we have to make some hard choices. And those hard choices will be important, but I know that students and teachers will be centered in those choices as they put together a better path towards financial sustainability long term.
Yeah, thank you. And to the chair, to the mayor, thank you for that response. One of the things that worry me and worries the families is the after-school program, right? And in alignment with fighting crime or, trauma and youth violence, this is very important. So I just kind of want to keep, make sure you keep that in mind. I'm not sure where that budget's going to come from, but I definitely am a champion for that. So want to thank everyone for your service. Thank you for your remarks, and
Thank you. Next, we have Councilman Michael Polincic and then Councilman Kevin Conwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, honorable mayor, members of your staff. I, too, want to comment, and I appreciate all the staff that is here, the directors, and everyone. And I also want to say this. I appreciate their patience, and especially in light of what they've had to endure along with council members on every Monday night. I appreciate their endurance. Being called every name you can think of, every vile name you can think of, and yet to still remain smiling and to be productive. So I want to thank them all for what they've had to endure, along with my honorable colleagues as well. Mr. Mayor, this is my 46th budget.
You got me beat.
Yeah, I got you beat, man. I got you beat. And, it's like that, that's old comment. I'm a weebie. We be here, I'd be here, and so at the end of the day, I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. And so I've been fortunate to serve collectively with a body that has always believed in a balanced budget. And so I commend you and your folks for, again, because we're seeing nationwide cities that don't have a balanced budget, that are in deep trouble. So all the people who are watching this, because I always want to make sure that the citizens understand that the city of Cleveland has a balanced budget. And that's important to all of us here. But within that budget, obviously, there are questions and concerns that I have as well as we go forward. First of all, I'd be less than honest to say that I'm disappointed in the fact that the budget books that we've been given differed greatly from what we've had in the past, where I was able to use my previous books, and I have all my budget books going back long before you were around. So I have them all, and I was always able to compare the previous books to the new book. This time I can't. And I brought this with me because I need a magnifying glass to look at the org charts, because that's how you got to see who's working, by looking at the org charts. And then on some of the positions, the numbers aren't even there on the org charts. So I think that was a mistake. Whoever decided to make that decision was not helpful to those of us in council as we go through this budgetary process. But we'll get through it. I want to say this again, and I appreciate the action that the administration has taken in many areas, because it's all about delivery of services. It's about quality of life issue here. And when I came here, I learned very quickly it was just about that, delivering for our citizens. And we are under 400,000 as a city. When I came in, we were just under 700,000. So we've lost a substantial number of people over the course of the years. And many of those folks left not because of anything any administration did or any member of council, but due to corporate decisions to disinvest, to move jobs either down south or offshore. And then we all saw the issue with the school system, and I was looking through the budget, realized that CMSD is around 36,000 students. I can remember when it was 70,000 students within the city. So we have declined in many areas, not due to any fault of previous mayors or city councils, but here we are today. So I'm concerned, and I want to express to you some of the concerns that my colleagues have as well. The pooling, the 125, as the council president indicated, the pool that is referred to as the employment pool. As I've said publicly, and I'll say it again at this table, we are not Minutemen. We are not a temporary agency. I can't understand for the life of me how this is going to work. And when I look at the critical departments, and I think the two areas, as I've said publicly, that I think are so important not only to you but to us, and will indicate how successful you're going to be, is the public safety and building and housing and health. There are vacancies, critical vacancies in the building department. We've got to fill those positions. So I don't see how the pool does that. What the pool tells me is that pool is still going to be there at the end of the year. The critical positions are not going to get filled. And we have to fill those positions that not only are critical, but revenue producing. Building and housing is revenue producing. Health is revenue producing. Police department, some people don't realize, is revenue producing as well, because you write tickets, and there's fines as a result of that. So, I don't understand the pooling concept and how it's going to improve the operation of city services. You made a comment in your presentation about ghost vacancies. Now, I got to tell you, every time I voted for this budget, I didn't vote for ghost vacancies. I voted for positions to be filled. So we voted in 2022 at the recommendation of the administration for 1,640 positions in police. 2023, 1,498. This year, you're advocating 1,350. My concern is that I see the numbers of the police department dropping significantly, and I hear these comments, and again, I appreciate the initiatives you took that we supported or had advocated as well for increasing the pay, the hiring bonuses, the retention bonuses, upping the age. We've taken all the action that we've been asked to and then some. But I'm concerned that the police department is being slowly whittled away. And yet I'm reminded that the former chief, Calvin Williams, on numerous occasions when pressed at the table, indicated repeatedly that he needed 1,700 officers. He said that repeatedly. And the present chief was his deputy chief. So I'm very much aware of what was told at the table. So when I voted for the budget, I wasn't voting for ghost vacancies. I was voting for positions to be filled. And so I'm happy to hear, and you've indicated that 600 people have applied with this increased new process of taking applications. But it won't mean anything unless people are hired. And that's my concern. We've taken these actions, but unless we fill this, because what did I hear last night in a meeting up on 185th, Councilman? The business people met. Where's the traffic enforcement? Where's the visibility? I heard it last Wednesday again at another neighborhood meeting at the rec center. Where's the traffic enforcement? Where's the visibility? Where's the patrols in our neighborhood? So we know we've created the 12-hour shifts, but residents still are not feeling it and seeing it in the neighborhood. And with the violence reduction programs, and again, we supported all those. It's my opinion it's going to take years to see the fruits of that. That's my opinion. Now, I hope I'm wrong, but I think it's going to take time. So I've got to have assurances so I can go back to my residents that the department, the people who are running the division of police, from the safety director on down, understands the importance of filling those positions. We have got to fill those positions in the Division of Police. There's no greater service that we provide for our citizens than public safety. No greater service. And when I go to meetings, like I did a couple weeks ago in Fatima, at the Fatima Center, and I hear folks talking about how they're afraid to go to church, or they're afraid to park their cars in a church parking lot for fear what's going to happen to them, that's unacceptable to me. I got to say, that's unacceptable. I was born in Glenville, raised in Collinwood. I've never heard people say they're afraid to go to church. So I'm looking forward to the discussion on this budget. I'm looking forward to doing what we have to do to partner with you. And I'm going to say something that maybe will shock some people, maybe won't. I don't always agree with you.
I know.
But you might be our last hope to stabilize the city, and specifically the East Side neighborhoods. I'm being very blunt about that. We've lost the equivalency of 2 wards. We're going to redistrict. We're going to go down 15 wards. We got issues. We can talk about the positive steps that this council, and I want to thank the council president, because I'm going to tell you something. I don't think he's appreciated enough. I'm going to tell you, be very blunt, I don't think he's appreciated enough. I appreciate him because I know what he's dealing with, because I served in that capacity. At times you're herding cats over here, and sometimes those cats ain't happy, okay? But he's tried his best, and I could see where he's tried to do his best to work with you and your administration to be supportive. But last time I looked, I know where the buck stops. It stops on the desk of Justin Bibb. So I'm here to help you whatever which way I can. I have less years ahead of me than I've had behind me, both physically and politically. I'm here to help. I love this city. I've never lived anyplace else. The East Side, my grandparents on 47th Street off of Payne Avenue, to now where I live off 185th. That's my world. Ain't a big world, but it's my world. And I'm here to help my colleagues, every one of them in this body, and I'm here to help you. But I want you and your folks to understand these next 2 years are critical, stabilizing this city. And that police department and building and housing department are 2 of the most important areas. So I'm going to stop there, Mr. Mayor, because you've heard what I had to say. We got to get it together here. We got to get it together, and we got to. I'm saying something else. The corporate people in this city who talk a great fight, the people with the fat checkbooks, if they want Cleveland to be a better place, then they need to help you, and they need to help this council president. Quit asking and quit acting like you're standing up here on Prospect Avenue before a game with your hand out. The people who are up there trying to solicit money from people walking down the street. They want to change Cleveland's direction, join with this council, join with this mayor, join with this administration, and make a difference. Quit begging. Become partners with us. So I'm going to stop there, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to the rest of these hearings, and I look forward to working with you, Mr. Mayor. And again, there's times I'm going to disagree with you, but there's one thing you're going to know, nothing personal. It's business. Thank you.
To the council president, to Councilman Polensek, thank you for your questions and your comments. First, I want to just, if I can, try to simply explain the vacancy pool, how it'll operate, the mechanics of it, and the rationale. First and foremost, this is not a temporary staffing agency. What I did was, over the last few years, seeing how this budget worked, I instructed our CFO and our finance team to say, historically, how have we done on hiring, and how has that impacted our ability to deploy capital and resources at the department level to increase and expand the delivery of basic city services. And historically, what we've seen is we would get numbers from chiefs and directors about, I need 10, 15, 20 folks to hire in this department. And most never met their goal. And so that money was locked up in those departments. And unless we came back to council for legislative authority, we couldn't say, you know what, it looks like community relations isn't going to hire its 4 people this year, but I know building and housing really needs 3 more inspectors. And so we didn't have that flexibility in the current traditional operating model to deploy the resources in that flexible way. Now, we got input from all of our chiefs and directors in this year's budget on their hiring needs. We used the feedback that you all gave us in those operational hearings to determine what those hiring needs were, and said historically, we want to put the capital to hire folks in this pool so we could have that flexibility. So if there's a major issue in public health and they may have budgeted for 5, but now they need 5 more for lead inspection, we can deploy those 5. And you have my word as mayor, I want to see residents first successful, just as you want to see residents first be successful. And I've gave Sally Martin O'Toole my word that I'm going to give her what she needs to make sure we have a good year in building and housing and have a fully staffed department to really make sure we can execute residents first in an effective and prudent way. So again, this is about flexibility and making sure we have the right operating model to really meet the needs of all the residents that we all serve collectively as a government. Secondly, around public safety staffing. I can't speak to what informed the prior chief of police on his historical budgeted number. I wasn't around. I don't know. But I would tell you this. I'm a big believer in having a common sense approach of how we manage our city's budget and balance sheet, and recognizing that we are in a war for talent, not just in Ohio, but across the country, for men and women to serve in our police department. All those great things we've done over the last year around new incentives, new bonuses, increase in police pay, none of that would have been possible if we did not eliminate ghost vacancies that we had no plan for or was not even realistic to hire. We would be sitting right now talking about potential layoffs with no incentives for police recruitment. And so what the job required was for us to say, let's have an honest conversation with the police union on what's a realistic number, and let's take that number and the savings from being realistic to reinvest in our existing workforce. And that goes across the entire enterprise. We got more bargaining units to negotiate next year. And so we have to be prudent, thoughtful, but also evidence-based and data-driven in terms of how we make management and financial decisions. Because many of our peers across the state, they're not submitting structurally balanced budgets. They're selling assets to become solvent right now. We don't have that problem because of the good stewardship we've done collectively together. And as Chair of Public Safety, Councilman, you have my full-hearted word and endorsement and commitment that I am holding everybody in my administration in public safety, HR, and civil service accountable in terms of police staffing. I want to exceed the number. That's my goal. Hopefully we get there. But I'm throwing the entire kitchen sink at this issue. And as I said consistently before, I'm not going to spare any expense to keep Cleveland Street safe, but I can't do it without your continued support.
All right, thank you. Next, I have Councilman Kevin Conwell, then Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. President, and you are doing a very, very good job. You have an up-close view and a sensitive ear to reach out with the residents to help them out. This pool system, through the chair to the mayor, I haven't seen a copy of it. You have a copy of the pool system? And in the pool system, what I look at with labor for me, Mr. Mayor, recruitment dollars. You've got to have systems to recruit people that will fit into the culture of building and housing, human resource, and they have to have skills that fit in there. I don't want to just fill positions. I want people to fit in with the culture of executing. okay? And that we constantly train workers ongoing. And then sometime you might not need to hire certain workers. You could promote workers. If the unions let us, through the chair to the mayor, then we could do job enlargements. We could cross-train workers. Those things mean a lot to me, and maybe even up their pay when they're there. And then that way we can also save on health care that might increase. Because sometimes you might look at that you need 15 workers, but you might, through the chair, you might not need 15 workers. You might need 10 because of technology, and cross-training workers because training is ongoing. So in this system here, this pool system, we need to have something in there also for attrition. You're talking about recruiting workers, but it costs money dealing with attrition. Money for to lay people off, not lay people off, money when people leave, separation pay, money for workers leaving, going elsewhere. I don't want to be a training site. So some of my colleagues say, bring workers in, but you got to manage it. You have to manage it how you control human resources, because a certain percentage, I think about 65% of our G&L, gains and loss in our budget, may be the cost of labor. Through the chair, I know I threw a lot out there, but you understand it. Through the chair to the mayor.
Certainly. To the council president, to Councilman Conwell, I couldn't agree more with you. First and foremost, I believe the vacancy pool process and framework was submitted as part of our budget, so you should have it there inside the existing budget. And Ahmed briefed many of you on the aspects of that budget last Friday during your budget retreat. But I think you're right in terms of culture, and how do we change the culture to make the city of Cleveland one of the best places to work in Northeast Ohio. And we're making strides to make that vision a reality. First and foremost, under the leadership of Director Cole, we are starting to really change a lot of our systems and processes to, as I mentioned in my comments earlier, around decreasing the time to hire. Because we lose a lot of good applicants because it takes months on months on months to bring them through the doors of City Hall. Secondly, we are now in the process of bringing on a firm to help us with employee engagement and performance management. Really making sure people have the tools, the training they need to do their best work every single day at City Hall. And then we, as leaders inside City Hall, must do a better job of recognizing our great employees. That's why last year we created the first ever inaugural Mayor's Innovation Award, highlighting folks in public health, public works, et cetera, who are innovating at their front lines and delivering high quality services to our residents. And then because of the great work we've done with this body, like leaders like Councilman Slife, we executed paid parental leave, one of the most progressive policies in the state of Ohio. And so again, we're changing that. We've changed our vacation policy as well. So all those things have created the right foundation to create that long-term culture change that was so sorely needed here at City Hall.
And you know what, Mr. Mayor, when you didn't touch on attrition, here's an example through the chair. You might have 60 police officers left because of attrition, whatever the case may be, and we do our exit interviews. So, but we might only bring on 30, half of them. So you say a pool system, so we got to figure out through the exit interviews why they're leaving. Is it because of training? Here's another issue, and Sally Martin is doing a good job. I call her any time of the day, and she executes on what needs to be executed on, which is good. But you'll have a worker that would see an open, vacant, and vandalized house. They're going there to board up a house or call it in, and right across the street, there's another open and vacant, vandalized house. And then right down the street, there's an open, vacant, and vandalized house right around Stephanie Tubb Jones School or the Mighty Mighty Top Blooders, Glenville School. But they see that, and they should write it down and not live in silos and help us out. So you said we might need 15, but you might only need 12, and you can save the dollars. to put it elsewhere. But that training and have a trained workforce means more to me than even recruiting people, because culture is first thing first. And then the attrition part, you mentioned it here, what was this in here? About the unfilled positions. You got to put attrition in there in that pool system, Mr. Mayor, through the chair to Mr. Mayor, and I'm listening.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
With the school piece, did you know, I'm moving forward with the school piece, that, and I talked with Mayor Morgan, I mean, not Mayor Morgan, but
Dr. Morgan?
Dr. Morgan, because I walk in and see him just like I do almost any director. And my residents are not happy about that decision that Councilwoman Santana narrated on. Because if we're going to do away with poverty, we got to help the children out, and children have to see success every single day. And then when funders donate to someone, like we want funders to donate, and then we take the dollars and put it in the general fund, you know, you were head of a not-for-profit, I won't do it again. I won't fund to you. So you're sending that signal out, and it's hurting children. And did Dr. Morgan, did he talk with you before he made that decision, through the chair to the mayor?
Yes, through the council president, through the councilman. Yes, Dr. Morgan, as soon as he assumed the helm of CMSD, really uncovered that they were going to be facing a lot of fiscal challenges because the district, prior to Dr. Morgan getting on board, spent a lot of the COVID ESSER dollars that many school districts across the country received. They spent those dollars on one-time expenses and didn't have a long-term funding plan attached to those one-time expenses. Everything from the out-of-school time programs you mentioned to the one-to-one technology that was deployed during the pandemic, there was never a plan on how to pay for those things on a go-forward basis. And so now we have to make some hard choices to ensure that we have a long-term financial sustainability pathway for the district. But what Dr. Morgan is doing, he's prioritizing students and teachers in classrooms and making sure we're not seeing any cuts there, but making hard choices around central office and other key investments to really make sure there's a long-term plan to address the deficit.
So through the chair, who was monitoring and controlling? Because you meet with, well, you would meet with Eric Gordon, what was it, once a week? Did he discuss budgeting? And someone, they had to have a controller there to monitor and control spending to see where it was going. You don't wait until he leaves and say, oh, we got a $168 million deficit. You know quarterly, because you do strategy reviews with your people, so you know quarterly where we're headed at, through the chair. And I would love, my residents would like also, my residents are the same thing as your residents, because you have overlapping authority.
Yep.
Some kind of way we can put that money back for the children. That's very, very important to us. And me as a father, former PTA president, who's active in the schools, children, they need the dollars, through the chair to the mayor.
Yeah, you know, we did not foresee the scale or magnitude until Dr. Morgan got on board. Now, we did project or foresee a one-year deficit, but as we did a further analysis of the budget and the books, we uncovered a lot more than we expected.
Someone should have been monitoring and controlling that, Mr. Mayor. I mean, you know and I know, you know what I'm talking about. Someone should have been monitoring and controlling. You don't wait until someone come in and say, we're $168 to the bad. I know quarterly when you do your strategy review, you're looking at the finances, you're looking at your strategic plan and the whole 9 yards, but you wait until someone leave and then we take money from the children. That's unacceptable. And you know where I'm at.
I do. Thank you.
Can we explore putting the dollars back in for the children?
We're going to explore every option we can as a city to ensure the long-term fiscal health of the district.
Okay, thank you. And then one more quick thing. I don't want to take all your time. Traveling through the city, you know, I'm a council member. The way I look at things, I've been around for a long time. I don't look at just Glenville. My job is to write policy for people to live, work, and travel to the city of Cleveland. I never, through the chair, you have a, what is this plan I wrote down here? I underlined the community needs assessment for Ward 2. I mean, if we discuss through the chair to the mayor, and my piece is to look at everything, because everything comes to city council. And as the councilman, I care about the west side, east side, southeast side, all of that. I've been caring about it for the longest. If we're gonna build up the lakefront plan, and you did a needs assessment, can you share that with city council?
Absolutely.
So that we can work with, in your old neighborhood, who I think my colleague Kevin Bishop is doing a very, very great job, but it affects us as well when you see other areas that are growing that we need to help. So I need to look at that needs assessment, and I'm for the lakefront plan. However, the city need to be seamless, meaning all ties rise together. That's where I'm at.
Absolutely.
And I'll yield to you.
Happy to brief you. Happy to have our Southeast Side strategist, Reverend Owens, also brief you on that plan. He's been working very closely with Councilman Kevin Bishop on that too. So.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank
Look
you.
at the other plan and nutrition.
All right, thank you. Next up is Councilman Brian Casey, then after Councilman Casey, Councilman Joseph Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks, Mayor, for being here today. I'm going to touch on one thing that I was not going to touch on until your remarks, and that was the vacancy pool, because I assumed everybody else was going to touch on it. Until I heard you use the term, Mr. Chairman, to the mayor, ghost vacancies, right? So you presented a balanced budget for the last 2 years that now included ghost vacancies that you weren't able to fulfill. So now you also indicated that it was difficult to move open vacancies from department to department. You always had that ability by just asking for legislative authority to do that. So the ability to move positions from department to department has always been there. But now we have, Mr. Chairman, to the mayor, 124 ghost vacancies that are sitting in a pool that, by your own admission, we couldn't fill last year, but now we're going to be able to fill this year. The only difference is they're not specifically assigned to a department. So I don't know if I feel comfortable with a budget that includes ghost vacancies, a balanced budget. If you would like to touch on that,
Yeah,
for
let-
just
let
one.
me-
Maybe that's the wrong term.
Yeah, let me amend my comments. When I talked about ghost vacancies, it was really clearly focused on the Department of Public Safety, where, we had this conversation in the last 2 budget sessions that you gave our administration clear instructions around was be realistic, right? Don't say you're going to hire 200 when you know you can only hire 50. And historically, we've seen that inside the Division of Public Safety, where our hiring goals weren't realistic, neither financially feasible. And so we wanted to make sure we were presenting a practical, common sense approach to hiring, not just in public safety, but across the enterprise of City Hall. So when I talk about ghost vacancies, that was a systemic problem inside the Division of Public Safety, inside the police department. And because we addressed those ghost vacancies in the police department, not only were we able to financially afford the 11% pay increase that you all helped us support in 2022, we also did another 14% last year in 2023. But for those hard choices in collaboration with you and the police union, those pay increases would be off the table. We couldn't have afforded them as a city. That being said, we believe that this new vacancy pool does give us greater operational flexibility to deploy capital where we need it the most, given the demands of what we're seeing on the ground.
All right, and then, Mr. Chairman, to the mayor, are these 184 police officers that you're budgeted to hire this year, is it realistic, or are they ghost vacancies?
I believe that we have a pragmatic approach to get close to the number this year because of the work we've done collectively with this council around new incentives and new pay.
Okay. And then I'm going to move on. Can you give us, Mr. Chairman to the mayor, can you give us an update on the stadium deal?
As you know, we are in ongoing conversations with the Browns and the Haslam Sports Group. It's my vision and hope that we can keep them on the lakefront, but more to come soon. But we've been in active negotiations for the last 2 years with both the Browns and the Haslams.
All right. And then the new CBA that the council and the administration helped pass, especially your shore to core to shore. A big portion of downtown is, and I chair utilities,
Yep.
and I also want to give a shout out and kudos to Director Kane and the commissioners, the DPU, for the job that they do. I don't see Cleveland Public Power as part of CBAs that are going through. And Mr. Chairman, to the mayor, can you touch on the fact that how we can take our city-owned asset of Cleveland Public Power and make it part of a community benefits agreement?
Through the council president to Councilman Casey, I think that's a fantastic idea, and I would welcome your partnership and collaboration on making that a key part of our CBA process.
All right. Issue 24. Mr. Chairman to the mayor, it's been a disaster since its inception. It's been a year and a half, no cases, lawsuits, inner fighting. You supported issue 24 when you were campaigning. There's much different between campaigning on something and when you get down here and you have to deal with the reality of something. Can you give us an update on what is going on with issue 24? How come they haven't progressed through the process that they've been given through the charter?
To the council president, to the councilman, first and foremost, I want to make sure I'm clear on the record. I supported issue 24 as a candidate. I still support issue 24 in the spirit and the intent of issue 24. As I've said before, historically, I always knew this was going to be messy. Democracy is messy. Our founding fathers didn't get it right with the passing of the Constitution. I think the core tenets are still in place to meet the goals around police accountability that this community demanded from us during the 2021 election. There are a couple things we have to work out. I think number one, we have to work out how do we encourage more pragmatic, thoughtful commissioners to be a part of the commission who are there to do the job. And I think there's been some challenges with some of the personalities on the commission. I think secondly, from an operational standpoint, there's some things that need to be tweaked or amended to make sure it can work better seamlessly with the city and with this independent authority oversight board who has kind of a loose tie to the city of Cleveland per the charter. But I think over time we will get it right, but it's going to take more time. I'm committed to working with this body, working with members of the commission to identify any other amendments to the charter to ensure it can work more seamlessly together. I'm going to be meeting with the monitor, I think later this week, and Judge Oliver soon as well about how do we, get a better pathway to get compliant with the consent decree. But we have a long way to go, but I'm confident we'll get there.
All right, and thank you for that. And Mr. Chairman to the mayor, that kind of leads me into my next one, which is the consent decree, right? Nationally, no city gets out of a consent decree without a decade passing.
Yeah.
And working through National League of Cities this year, that's going to be one of our goals in crime prevention and public safety is to try to sunset consent decrees because with the amount of money that monitors make, they're never going to tell any city, not just Cleveland, that they're in compliance because it's a financial tool for them to continue on the path that they go. So we could be the perfect police department with issue 24 up and running and everything honky-dory, and they're never going to say that we're going to be in compliance. So I hope that the administration is working as closely as they can to make sure that we someday, as we're going on a decade into this thing, become compliant. My last thing is your Southeast Side initiative, and I completely 100% support it. and know that the investment needs to go into the southeast side of the city. However, Mr. Chairman, to the mayor, what do you say to residents who don't live in the southeast side, who don't get the type of public support or funding that you're showing into the southeast side? And I understand it needs it. We're 100% supportive. But what do you say to those people who live in North Collinwood or Old Brooklyn or, outside of the near west side who don't see that type of investment? Is there a plan for the future to take what you're doing at the southeast side and take it to other parts of the city?
Through the council president, to the councilman, it is my belief and hope that we can scale this model that we've deployed in the southeast side to other parts of the city. Because I think when economic development is successful is when it's focused and targeted, and there's an all-of-government approach. And as we document what works well and what doesn't work well in the southeast side, I hope that this can be a model that the city can think about expanding and applying to other parts of the city of Cleveland. I think I would also say, unfortunately, in parts of the southeast side, that's where we see a large share of our Part 1 violent crime. That's where we see a lot of issues around health disparities and joblessness and really a lack of hope. And what we can't do as a city is we can't continue to put one piece of our city against the other. When someone gets killed in the southeast side, it should affect a family in West Park. When someone gets killed in West Park, it should affect a family in the southeast side. But I think more novel approaches to how we think about economic and community development is what we have to keep partnering with you all around in terms of making sure we are growing our economy across the entire city. That's why I'm really excited about the work we've done collectively with our $50 million site fund. 1,000 acres of vacant land all across our city to create more jobs back to the urban core of Cleveland. And in your ward, I mean, you have a lot of great traded sector industry jobs in your ward. So we got to keep growing that and keep bringing good jobs to that part of the city as well, too.
And Mr. Chairman, the mayor, I'm glad you're using the southeast side as that model, and we'd love to see that continue to grow throughout the whole city. Thank you for your service. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilman Joseph Jones, and then Councilman Kevin Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mayor Justin Bibb, and your administration on the work that you do for us. I know it's been 2 years now, and we're rolling into the third year, and I know that there's a lot that's on the table, but first I want to just take this opportunity to thank your staff for the work that you do for our citizens. And your commitment and your dedication to being here and doing the work is really important. As an elected official representing the southeast side of the city of Cleveland, Ward 1, I'm not here for myself. I didn't come here for myself. I came here to represent those people and their interest. And I've sat here at this table, and I've pounded this table about the lack of investment in the east side of the city of Cleveland and the destruction, and in some areas it's like a war-torn area of poverty. And the poverty is so great that it reminds me of being in a foreign country in some parts of my neighborhood. So as I've said here, Mr. Chairman, to the mayor of the city of Cleveland, I've asked a question, as my colleague Mike Plenzik talked about. Where is the investments coming from our financial institutions? How are they partnering with us? And what do we need to do to change that dynamic? Because we got over $511 million in ARPA funding. And it would be nice to see the financial institutions leverage their pocketbooks into our ARPA funds to expand our services to help our people. And I just want to ask you, how can we get them involved? And then I got a series of other questions.
Well, I think there are three tangible examples of how we're trying to leverage ARPA investments to support the city of Cleveland. First, I think it's important to note that over 80% of all the ARPA investments we've made have been place-based, focused on neighborhoods. That's important. And with your support, this council, this administration, we did that work collectively together. In terms of how we're leveraging dollars, one, as you know, we got an over $2 million grant from Key Bank to leverage our home rehab, home repair investments we made, not just in the southeast side, but across the entire city of Cleveland. Because of your partnership, especially with the leadership of Councilman Brian Casey, we took $20 million of ARPA funds and leveraged $10 million from the state around broadband, another $20 million from philanthropy around broadband, and help attract a nearly $500 million investment from Sci-Fi to lay fiber in every part of the city as well too. And then thirdly, we are working very closely with our team leading our Sites Fund for Good Jobs to hopefully raise additional capital from that $50 million fund that you all supported with our site fund for the private sector. And so we have countless examples of work we're doing collectively to make sure we're leveraging ARPA investments all across the city of Cleveland.
And Mr. Chairman, one of the things that was said to our mayor was looking at our ARPA funds, and part of the testimony was that getting those funds out was a issue of writing the contracts. Do we need to have another institution come in to help us move that out quicker? Where are we with that whole process?
I think we're past that. You know, we wanted to have some external third-party support at the start of ARPA to get money on the street quicker. Unfortunately, we couldn't get that done without your support. But I think we've done a really solid job getting money out there as quickly as we possibly can. As you know, in navigating these large federal awards, it's all about compliance. Those things take time, especially when you're giving federal money to small, mid-sized nonprofits in the community who might not have the legal or business or financial acumen to identify how to deploy that kind of capital. But I think we have what we need right now to finish the job on ARPA. No need to go back in time.
The next question, thank you, Mayor. The next question I have is the $1,350 that's budgeted for police. You know, safety is an issue, for us in the southeast side of the city of Cleveland. And looking at the 1350 number, with this vacancy pool, will we pull from this pool to bring that number up to 1495?
Police are not in the vacancy pool. We have, it's separate. It's separate, Councilman.
So on the books, we have 1,350 police officers. That's what we're budgeting
So
for.
in this budget, we propose 1,350 police officers. We have current staffing is at 1169, and this budget looks at 181 vacancies.
And Mr. Chairman, to the mayor of the city of Cleveland, this is a concern for me. And I don't know how we're going to maneuver the safety issue. It's always been a concern. I haven't seen how this is going to work. So it would be nice to sit down and really figure out how is this going to help the citizens in the southeast side that are unlike any other portion, the 4th District is hit hardest. Mm-hmm. So how do we get more?
Well, a couple things to that point. One, I'd say because we have moved to 12-hour shifts, we've been able to have a fully staffed card plan across all 5 police districts, as I alluded to further in my earlier comments and remarks. Secondly, I would say as we think about the recruitment and hiring process, because we moved to 12-hour shift, is going to give us more flexibility to not only hire for basic patrol and put us at that optimal level per the recommendation from our command staff, but also it will allow us to start to staff more in those specialized units as well too. And one thing I didn't mention is the Cleveland Division of Police. Not only are we now doing quarterly warrant sweeps across the city, we've never done that before, but we do dedicated violent crime reduction task force details every month in hotspots across the city. So there's a lot I can say, there's a lot I can't say, but there is stuff happening behind the scenes to really cut down on high violent crime in all 5 police districts. And the other caveat I want to mention, now, by the end of this year, every police district will have its own dedicated crime intelligence analyst, right? That allows us to increase our homicide solve rate. It allows us to cut down on stolen vehicles. It allows us to work more closely with the FBI, U.S. Marshals, and ATF on the trafficking of illegal guns. Historically, we only have 1 inside the Division of Police. Now we're going to have 5. And they'll all be working alongside our real-time crime center as well as our federal, state, and local law enforcement partners.
Thank you, Mayor. As I go down this, and I appreciate what your administration has done in the mere 2 years. I'm going to talk about the good things, but I got some more hitting issues here. Going back to reinvestment into our communities, I've seen over the years, starting as far back as 1997, coming into 1998, then Mayor Mike White, and some of my colleagues get upset when I say his name. I thought he was one of the greatest mayors that our city has ever had. And as a elected new official coming into the city of Cleveland, he was able to get several financial institutions to put together a public-private partnership to redevelop the Lee Harbor Shopping Plaza, which was a $26 million deal. And there is the promise to the Southeast of $15 million.
It's not a promise, it's getting done.
Thank you. Well, thank you. And with that promise, we're very appreciative on the Southeast side. But just to measure investments, $15 million is just a drop in the bucket. It's not even a miss to some degree when you compare a $27 million investment back in the day. Here's the issue that I have with some of the folks that try to compare and contrast as soon as black folks get a little bit of money, is when we look at the West Side market, it has an investment of ARPA funds of $10 million, and they're going to invest another $10 million somewhere down the line, I'm quite sure. And then when we look at all the billions of dollars that's being put down in the downtown area, and every time I blink my eyes, you see how fast I blink? I blinked it really quick. They're putting new investments on the west side of town, and hundreds of millions of dollars investments. And so our neighborhoods have not received that kind of funding. When I go over here on West 25th Street, every time I turn my head, there's a new development over there. And that's good. I don't have an issue with that. I'm not player hating about that. I think that that's a wonderful thing. I think that that's a great investment. We need to put billions of dollars wherever we can get those billions of dollars in the city of Cleveland. All I'm saying, Mayor, and to all of those who are listening, let's make it really fair. You know, roads and infrastructure and resources that have been denied for a long time on the Southeast side, I'm starting to see that, some of that road infrastructure coming in up under your administration. And also I got to give the previous administration kudos because they put together a program formula to be able to try to get more roads done. But I'm really concerned about the redlining, and this is not your fault totally, as the mayor of the city of Cleveland, it's the financial institutions. So I'm seeing an actual real redlining process going through, where Mrs. Eula Johnson can't buy the property next door because the banks won't give her that $50,000 because that's too low for them. They want to be able to give more money. So when it comes to Community Reinvestment Act, how do we begin the proposition to, because anyone that's sitting here at the table knows that if you close up the pocketbook and you close the spigot of resources and opportunity to minority businesses, to homeowners to improve their properties, the neighborhoods dry up and they die. We see that on the southeast side of the city of Cleveland, a modern day redlining and discrimination of financial opportunity to Americans who have helped pave the way, who've helped keep this country and this city stable and strong. So when we talk about Black History Month, there's a lot of African Americans, Mayor, who that ilk, they're not asking for anything special. They're not adding for any extra additional stuff. They're just saying, hey, let's have the playing field level. Give us the same opportunities. If you're going to invest downtown, you're going to invest in Little Italy, you're going to invest in University Circle, you're going to invest in some parts of the West Side, then we want to have that same opportunity where you're opening up your pocketbook and doing the same for us. And so I like the proposition that you're saying that investments should be level-handed all across the city of Cleveland. And so I look forward to supporting you, but I would like to see what we can do as an administration, as a council, to try to stop the redlining that's continuing to go and move forth in my neighborhood and the east side.
Thank you to the council president, to the councilman. First and foremost, I would say there are a couple things that need to happen to see the same level of seismic investment you may have seen in other parts of our city and parts of the southeast side. First and foremost, we need to continue to work with council members in the southeast side and the east side at large, and how do we enhance and deepen our CDC capacity, because that's a key part of the economic equation. In many parts of the west side, and Councilman McCormick can speak to this quite closely, and Councilwoman Spencer, they really focused on that CDC capacity to start to incentivize both public and private sector investment to build that long-term plan. And I know we're working with you and many others on that right now in the Lee Harvard neighborhood. Secondly, the public sector has to begin to incentivize private sector capital to make the economics and the math work. And we believe not only with the $15 million ARPA investment, but other things we're currently discussing, we'll see additional money coming from our banking sector to support some of those issues you talked about as relates to redlining. And then lastly, Director Hernandez in community development with her leadership team are currently working now with all of our banking partners on a new revised banking agreement to spur additional investment. So all that's in the pipeline and all that work is currently in progress.
Thank you, Mayor, for, and I know I speak on behalf of the citizens of the Southeast. We appreciate the work that you do. Want to thank Mr. Williams. I've seen a improvement and debris pickup in my neighborhood. This snow period of time was excellent, had no issues with the snow removal. I appreciate the investment in streets infrastructure that the council here has worked with you, and I like the increase of what we're talking about as it relates to improving our streets, because that helped to make the difference in our communities. I'm excited about the opportunity to improve our parks and our play areas. Had an opportunity to talk to some of the consultants concerning that and letting them know what I thought about how we should approach bringing more people back into the city of Cleveland. So as relates to our city, if we're going to be serious about how we improve the conditions, those areas of housing stock, how we improve our infrastructure, we would like to see more code enforcement on our main streets. We haven't seen that, and I hope to see that, or if it has been happening, there has not been any communications there. That's one of our red zones. Another one is police visibility. How do we get patrol cars to do traffic enforcement in our area? We have a number of issues there. If we could increase that, that would be appreciative. I want to thank your command staff. We have a new commander in the 4th District. I look forward to working with him to improve the safety in our neighborhoods. And so with that being said, as the councilman in this ward, I'm going to do as I've done with mayors in the past, try to make sure that you have all the resources you need, because if you're effective and strong, then our city is effective and strong. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. I have Councilman Kevin Bishop, then Councilman Anthony Hairston.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mayor, I want to commend you on so far you've been here for a couple of years, and I want to commend you on the job you've done. Mr. Mayor, I think you're one of the most innovative, forward-thinking, progressive mayors in the country. And I think our city has benefited from your presence and your election. And I'm looking forward to continuing this progress that our city has made. For your staff, I want to say that you have selected a A1 staff. When the past administration left City Hall, I think we all a lot of the members looked around and said, wow, to see folks go really sometimes is a disappointment. You want them to stay here forever. But I think the one person that we really kind of focused on and said, we're really going to miss this person is Chief Dumas. But your Chief of Finance have done an exceptional job. Chief, you are a star in your own right, and I want to just commend you on your selection of some of your staff members. It's been a great addition to the city. I want to try to keep my comments to some of my departments that I see in my committee, my divisions that I can see in my committee. And well, first, before I do that, I want to ask you about a comment or something that the chief had in his presentation to us Friday. It says, which is concerning. It says, when the feds reset the interest rates, our interest rate income is driving our increases in helping our general fund. But when the feds draw back on the interest rate, when the economy, when the inflation when inflation eases, the interest rates are going to reset, and we know that. And it says our increase in our revenues will go back to less than 1%. Mr. Mayor, how are we prepared to lose such a healthy interest income, and how will that affect our general fund in our city?
I'll have the chief chime in. Chief.
Through the council president, thank you, Councilman. Thank you for the kind words. Fortunately, the interest rate levels will not go down kind of precipitously at once. It'll be it's anticipated to be a gradual decline in the rate from the current Fed funds rate of 5.3 down to a lower level. I don't think we're going to get back to the historically low levels that we had from 2014 to 2020, which were the lowest levels in history, going back hundreds of years. It's likely we'll settle around the 3% rate, which would reflect a reduction in our interest income, but hopefully as that gradually declines, our other sources of revenue are able to increase. For example, the county is conducting the sexennial full reappraisal of property across the county. And I think for anyone who's paid attention to the sale prices of houses in the city, they've been steadily increasing, and it's, I think, our expectation that the assessed value will go up to reflect that increased sale activity, which would increase our property tax revenue. And so I think, as we look into the future, there are sources that we anticipate going up. Admissions tax has grown considerably, and as we realize those gains, it should offset what we anticipate losing in interest income.
Okay, all right. And to my department, and I had this conversation with the chief on Friday, Mr. Mayor. Based on our 2023 book, we had 1,968 requests for services in our property maintenance division. We had 1,181 of those requests either started on or completed, which left a difference of 787 requests that we just did not address. In 2022, we had service requests from our property maintenance division, 1,670 requests. 1,000 of them, 1,034 was received, started on, or completed, which left a difference of 636 undone jobs to our buildings and our property and our maintenance department. Mr. Mayor, you said several times in your words today about being realistic. And so being realistic, we just passed the residency first legislation, and we want, and our message was clear to our homeowners, to our investors, to folks that's doing business in the city, that you have to do better. You have to do better to take care of your property, what you invest in, and what your responsibility. As a city, as property maintenance division, where we have, and this is from the 2023 book because we didn't get the 2024 numbers in the 2024 book. We have one mechanical handyman. We have one painter. Now we have 3 painters. We have one cement finisher. We have one chief building stationary engineer. We have 1 roofers, and we have 5 plumbers. We have 200 buildings, which only new building I know of is Councilman Jones's recreation center. We have 200 buildings that's very old. We have also the property maintenance department takes care of 24 buildings, the custodial needs and the housekeeping in those buildings. We have summer outdoor pools, we have spray playground bases, and we have drinking fountains that they must service. Mr. Mayor, being realistic, how can we keep up, or how can we make a headway or a dent in our buildings, which we all know that needs quite a bit of maintenance? We have quite a bit of violations in our own buildings. Public Hall, for instance. We have quite a few vacancies. Our districts, our police districts, I've received calls, folks complaining about our police districts, about the maintenance and how they are kept. Our recreation centers. And I don't want to go in and start pointing fingers at our recreation department, but our recreation buildings is in dire need of just basic maintenance, things that we can do right now, that we don't have to pass bonds. We don't have to write bonds for. We don't have to. There's a lot of things that we don't have to do. We can affect those right now, but just by hiring folks. So, Mr. Mayor, what kind of commitment is this administration? What kind of commitment can this administration make into improving our rec centers? When the firm that we brought in from Philadelphia told us that all you have to do is clean up your buildings, landscape your properties, landscape your parks, and fix your pools, and you will have better participation from your residents. Your residents will be much better off if they have places to recreate at that they feel comfortable with going to. What commitment is this administration going to make to improving our buildings, our assets, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Through the council president to the councilman, I couldn't agree with you more in terms of us needing to do a better job of managing our own buildings more appropriately as a city. And those SLA numbers that you talked about to me aren't acceptable, and we have to do a better job with that. There are a couple things that I want to just uplift that I think will go a long way to addressing some of these concerns. As you know, in this year's budget, we have now prioritized safety and the fully funding staffing for safety at all of our neighborhood rec centers in this budget. Secondly, as we continue the work we're doing with the Park and Rec Master Plan, if we're successful in passing our TIF legislation, I believe we'll have a new dedicated source of funding to support investments to modernize those parks and rec centers. And then also, we are still exploring and will hopefully be coming back to this body soon to separate Parks and Rec into a separate department to give it the right kind of staffing and the right management model it needs to fully meet the needs of our residents. And we need to do a better job of accountability inside that division as well in terms of some of those SLA numbers that you alluded to. So I want to say thanks for your commitment and passion on this, and you have my commitment to work with you and your team to right some of these wrongs.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I got a question for you that my colleague Stephanie House Jones wanted to ask. She couldn't be here today because she has an issue with one of her family members, but she wanted to ask the question, she forwarded to me because it's part of my department. You have mentioned the bipartisan infrastructure law led by the Biden administration, which has a 5-year comprehensive federal investment in transportation, water, broadband, energy, and much more. Are any of these resources available to fix our local streets? And if so, do you have a strategy to implement this?
Yeah. Well, one, we have worked with the Biden-Harris administration, not just on streets, but using that money for airport modernization, traffic calming, and other infrastructure needs in the city of Cleveland, and we've already received some of those grant dollars. We didn't use the infrastructure dollars for this, but because of our partnership with City Council, we spent $30 million on a back to basics funding through ARPA to fix some of our roads, streets, and parks and rec centers across the city of Cleveland. And then I would also say there might be other vehicles in the Inflation Reduction Act and others that allows us to leverage that money for building modernization, more green energy, completing green streets, et cetera, that we're also taking a look at as well.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I really wasn't going to bring this up, and I didn't really feel the need to bring this up this morning. I'm here today, but I don't want to be here because over the weekend, I guess let me start at the beginning. Friday night, Saturday morning, about just after midnight, it was a gunshot outside of my house, which was so loud that I had to grab my pole and go downstairs and check on my son to make sure my son was okay. Just about 12 hours later, around 4 o'clock, it was another shot right outside of my house, Mr. Mayor. As I checked my house, I go into my front room and my front window was shot out. It was a bullet laying on my floor. That was traumatic in itself. But to make matters worse, at 3:45 this morning, it was another 2 shots. Sound like just like it was right there in the hallway, far closer from here to the hallway. And I rolled out of bed and get on the floor with my wife. So I want to be at home looking after my family. I'm not exactly sure where they are right now, but it's unsettling. Mr. Mayor, this is not unusual for residents in the city of Cleveland. I have received calls many a times from residents that's gone through the same thing. But for me and my family, this happened just in a short 4-day span. It's tremendously unsettling. Mr. Mayor, my question to you is, what is the city's strategy? And I know we got ShotSpotter, but what is the city's strategy? And I know, you cannot, it's when things happen in a random fashion, I know it's hard to focus on things when it's such a random acts. But these are intentional acts. Who's ever doing this and has done this intentionally? And I am not the only one. Our traffic is out of control, and I've said this before, and I want to back up Councilman Polensek. Our traffic is out of control. We're showing no aggressiveness when it comes to controlling our traffic. Mr. Mayor, what is the city's plan moving forward into reducing traffic fatalities, gunshots, and just to keep in our community, giving them a sense of, it's safe for my family to be in this city? Yeah. Because it comes into question a lot, especially for those who can pick up and leave. So it is a big question that, Mr. Mayor, we need to be addressed in this city so we can continue to thrive as a city and our residents will stay here. So what's the city's strategy, Mr. Mayor?
Through the council president to the councilman, first, I want to say I'm sorry that happened to you this morning. As I've said often, nobody in our city should live in fear of their own safety. It's unconscionable and it's un-American. And I think we all recognize around this body that we have a problem with guns in Cleveland and in many big cities across the country. But the tools we do have, with your support we're going to continue to deploy those tools to address violent crime. Now, I already talked about the investments we're making to have a fully staffed, high-functioning, world-class police department, and we're making progress around that. The other thing I would say is the work we're doing around our Crime Gun Intelligence Center that will be launched this summer will give us an additional capacity and capability to identify the source of where these guns are coming from and how to stop the flow of illegal guns in our city. I would also say we have done, I think, a good job over the last year of better partnership and support with the judicial branch, making sure that folks who shouldn't have guns don't get guns or don't get back on the street as well, too. Now, in terms of traffic enforcement, I've instructed our command staff, and Chief Drummond can tell you this, every week I have hotspot traffic details and hotspots all across the city. And I've instructed the chief and the safety director that I want to see very aggressive traffic enforcement, and I track that in my office every week during our safety briefing. So if there are spots in the city that you don't feel like are being well detailed or supported, please let me know directly, and I will hold my chief accountable and that commander accountable to hitting the numbers, because I look at the data very closely every week, and I share your frustration, and I share your concern. And the other thing we need to do, we as a city, with council support, we got to keep putting accountability on Columbus to help us, give us more tools around gun control in Cleveland. Because every day, they're finding another way to undermine home rule and local control. And we can't keep being handicapped as city leaders in terms of deploying what we can deploy to keep our city safe and secure.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Councilman Bishop. Next, we have Councilman Anthony Hairston, and then Councilman Charles Slife.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to my colleagues. It's 11:11 already.
I should have brought lunch.
Man, you know, you should come do this more often. Matter of fact, you should stay for the whole week.
Yeah.
Budget. Since the directors won't be here, we'll be happy to have you. No, again, seriously, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members of council, for your diligence this morning, your questions. Truly appreciate it. Just to echo my colleagues, you have a very distinguished group here this morning, a group who is doing some really good things. I don't interact with all of them all the time, but the ones I do interact with on a regular basis are doing a great job. So thank you all for your work that you do on behalf of the city of Cleveland. As it relates to safety, and I'll just start there since we ended there with Councilman Bishop's comments. You know, the men and women of blue put their lives on the line for us every single day. And so first and foremost, thank you to them who are out every single day patrolling our streets, participating in these warrant sweeps, who are participating in this violent crime reduction task force. We thank you. I know that is something that has ramped up with this administration. Something that we've had for a while, maybe not at this level, you know, so I'm glad to see that, you know, that division has been ramped up, and so we thank them. You know, I'll often imagine, and I always, you know, give shout outs to these individuals in the 5th District, because I would imagine, you know, what our district would be like if we didn't have our commander, if we didn't have Lieutenant Montanero, Sergeants Murphy and Bays, and you know, our CEO officers. I just couldn't imagine, because when you talk about a group of individuals who truly care deeply about the area that they serve, I couldn't imagine another group in the 5th District, and so I thank them for their work. Regardless of what these numbers say and these statistics say, as you heard from to the president, to the mayor and your team, as you heard from Councilman Bishop, regardless of what the numbers say and the statistics say, we have a serious problem with crime in our city. The numbers say that we have a reduction in crimes across the city of Cleveland, but I can tell you the lived experiences with the residents who live here, including members of this body, we don't share those same feelings as it relates to the numbers and as it relates to crime reduction across the city. This city has problems. As I've said in the past, when you walk, ride, or even work in parts of the city, it truly is like the Wild Wild West. It truly is. Sometimes I won't let my son walk around the corner. Dad, can I go around the corner to the court? No, you cannot. No, you cannot. Because we have serious problems in our city. And so when we look at our police staffing levels, and I know that the term ghost position has been used, and you've clarified ghost position, so I won't go there, right? There's no need to. I feel that we are waving the white flag before we even get started. And that's just my thoughts. If we are investing in a marketing firm, if we are investing in other tools to help with recruitment, if we are increasing the pay, providing bonuses, and doing all of these things that we in the administration has said that they need from this body to support for them to be successful, but yet we reduce the number of positions in our budget, I feel like that we are waving the white flag. I truly do. That we are giving up before we are able to get started. Because if you don't have anything meaningful to work toward, what are we working toward? I know that we can say, well, there's a couple positions there left that we still need to fill, so we can work towards them. I feel like we are lowering the bar as it relates to our abilities to achieve success, right? Or at least attempting to achieve success within the department. It's just my thoughts. And so, I was really concerned when the budget book came over and the number of positions that were reduced out of the budget, because we've seen this before in the past in the city of Cleveland, where positions were taken from the budget, and this city has still to this day never recovered from those reductions in the police department. We haven't. It's evident. The council president himself said this summer, and I would say these last few summers have been, very hot. Literally hot issues. So I disagree with the rationale that was given around the positions. I know we're going to agree to disagree on things. We're going to support each other on things. But this one here, I will have to say that I support my colleagues in there's two departments that you just don't touch as it relates to positions. That is public safety and that is building and housing. If our communities aren't safe and they are not inhabitable, then we don't have neighborhoods. We don't have a city. We don't have a place where people want to live or people want to come. So those positions for those two departments, in my opinion, as 17 of us, and counting you as 18, Mayor, through the President, that I think we need to reverse the decision that has been made and put those positions back in building and housing, put those positions back into public safety, and we work towards filling those positions. Director Martin set before my committee that I chair, the DPS, and gave us all of the good things that she is doing to hire those vacant positions. The resume she has, the offer letters that are on the table, and individuals that they have in the pipeline that they intend to work with in order to get them in the door. And then we received the book, and it felt like the rug was pulled from up under, not just us, but her department. But then I hear through the president, through you, Mr. President, the mayor, the comments from yourself and your team here, that we're going to give the director everything she needs to be successful. Well, why didn't we do it in this book here? Why didn't we send it over? We can't. The city must stop sending mixed signals and mixed messages. If it's something that we feel strongly about, then that's what we need to submit and that's what we need to support. So those are my comments as it relates to staffing. I know I went over to building and housing a little bit, and I'll leave it there as it relates to staffing in the police. We have work to do. And so I'm thankful for your department's vision, your administration's vision, and the things that you are doing regarding public safety. And we're grateful to Columbus for their help and the partnership with the Ohio State Patrol, our federal partners, U.S. the Marshal Service, and others who have really helped us, right? Because while they were here, I can tell you, listen, I still get them calls. Man, you see Ohio Patrol, they on St. Clair, right? They over on Superior. So trust me, when they're in the city and they're working, the calls are rolling, the texts are going, and I'm thinking like, did y'all forget who you calling? Right? You need to be worried about who's out there, right? So it really, when we had them here, it sent a message through the city. But as soon as they pull it out, folks knew that they were gone. And so I'm hoping as we move along in these next 2 years, that we really be able to staff up and do different things, not only just our basic patrol, but other things that you mentioned, the crime analysis, the gun, correct my
Intelligence Center.
Gun Intelligence Center, coupled together, that we can see the impact that we see when we have our other levels of law enforcement here working with us in the city of Cleveland. And I'll pivot through the chair to the mayor over to the schools. Councilman Conwell was right. It's hard for me to accept that, with the quarterly meetings, the monthly meetings, that over the last couple of years we have not been able to catch or forecast some of the issues that we are seeing, within the school district. I know there's a lot of information probably covered in those meetings, right? But the financial health of the district is very important, because if the financial health isn't there, then that means the education that we want to deliver, the quality of education we want to deliver to our students, won't be there, because it all works together. Mm-hmm. And I know that we are oftentimes talking about the financial health of our government here that we run on a day-to-day basis, but it is equally important to be concerned about the health of CMSD, which, as you said, you are very much concerned about the health of CMSD and understanding the impacts there. What I disagree with Dr. Morgan about is the use of the $20 million one-time gift that we received. That's like our ARPA dollars. That's one-time money. We won't get that again, at least from that particular donor. And I often hear members of this body, yourself, members of the administration, talk about the use of one-time dollars and how irresponsible it is to use one-time dollars to fill gaps, budget gaps, and particularly as it relates to staffing and other services, right? Because it's not a long-term sustainable use or a long-term sustainable fix to the issue that we have. And so I look at this $20 million decision that the CEO is making. I'm sure that he had to have some communication with you, Mr. Mayor, right? Through the chair, is that the case? So he did speak with you through the chair about using the $20 million one-time gift to plug a deficit in the school district budget. Through the chair?
Yes.
Mayor. That's tough, because I hear oftentimes from the other side of the hall that that's not the right thing to do. And also from this body that is not the right thing to do. But at the same time, we are supporting that district's decision to use a one-time gift to plug a hole. I'm through the chair, to the mayor, I'm just concerned about that, right? I know that there are other strategies in place as it relates to reducing central service positions and other positions, because the one thing we don't want to do is for these cuts to make it to the classroom door. Mm-mm. That would be catastrophic, not only for the young people, but for our neighborhoods as well. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if that's something that we can roll back, or that you would support the district rolling back and not using that money for that one-time field. But I can tell you this member of council is not in support of the district doing that. In fact, one of your things that you campaigned on was participatory budgeting. And the way I look at it, and so does many members of this body, is that when that $20 million gift came to Cleveland, students, families got together and decided how they wanted to use that $20 million. And now we're yanking the rug from above them that says, what you wanted and what you said this money should be used for does not matter. That's the message that we're sending. We're spending $20 million one-time gift on to fill a gap. We're putting aside the wants and needs of the students and families who made decisions with that money and said, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. We need to do this. That doesn't matter. And within that, through the chair, and I'll wrap up shortly, Mr. President, that if that is the case, I've heard nothing from the school district, nor have I heard anything from the administration to say how we will make it right, and at what point will we make that right. if we are forecasting and we are looking ahead, or if we're forward thinking, as I heard from members of the body, then what are we doing to support the young people in what they said that they wanted to see down the road? So, you know, we have a lot of things to address here in the city of Cleveland. School district is a very big part of it. So I really hope through our chair of workforce and education, the council leadership, and Mayor, yourself, and administration, that we, you know, have some serious conversations with the school district around decisions that they are making, decisions that can really have severe impacts, you know, on our neighborhoods. And so, you know, I hope that we can, you know, change that decision that's been made by the district. You know, I know the schools are under mayoral control, right? The board and the district reports to you. And I know that the administration has a very heavy hand in the things and the decisions that they make. And so I hope that your administration and this body can work together to help address the issues that the school district is having. In closing, Mr. President, you know, I look forward to the next 2 years. I look forward to the work to come. You know, we've done some exciting things together as relates to trying to just help our neighborhoods, right? Because we all, you know, we come to these positions with the highest intent to support and help these neighborhoods. And I really hope that this budget that we ultimately end up passing, you know, whatever revisions that we make as a body in collaboration with the administration, that we really center our residents around the conversation, because they matter the most. They matter the most. The business owners, they matter as well. But the residents who have lived through the good times and the bad times in our community, you know, they deserve it the most. And so I'll close it there, Mr. Chair. And I'm sure there's a few minutes left on my time. Thank
Mayor? Great. Thanks. Through the council president, the councilman. First, I want to just address your comments on public safety, policing, and waving the white flag. I couldn't disagree more with you on that point. I think everybody around this table recognizes the importance that we had to truly make some hard choices around being more competitive in terms of our police department. As I said before, in 2022, we had one of the lowest pays in the state of Ohio. And if you think we had staffing problems over the last 2 years, they'd be a lot worse if we didn't pass that 11% pay increase with your support in 2022, and then the other 14% increase we did last year. Now, the key question is, how does all that work? How do you make the economics of those contracts work? How do you make the math work while at the same time having a structurally balanced budget? You have important, thoughtful, data-driven, evidence-based conversations with your command staff to give you the optimal number you need to staff so we can negotiate and afford those pay increases. Now, if we exceed that, and in 2025 we say we want to hire more, then we'll have that conversation. But even in this year's budget, the police budget can grow by 15% this year because of this budget. So what I'm not going to do is have imaginary math while not having the investments we need to fix our near-term staffing challenges inside the division of police. And that's what we've done with your support over the last couple of years. Because when you told us in 2022, when you told us in 2023, be realistic, we're working our butts off to be realistic as we possibly can, recognizing that it is hard in this climate to attract and retain good officers. And I'm optimistic that as we look towards this next police class, we'll see real dividends of that investment. And if we see our hiring increase, we can course correct and make those adjustments in next year's budget. In terms of building and housing, to be very frank with you, we did not expect council to pass residents first. And so we wanted to make sure that in the event we were going to pass residents first, we still had the staffing flexibility to put that staffing in place. We had no idea what to expect and time for the budget book, to be very frank with you. And so again, I've made my commitment to Sally Martin and the team that they will get what they need, but the budget book had to be done by a certain time, and we were still debating residents first. Lastly, I think it warrants a separate conversation outside this meeting as it relates to CMSD. I know that Dr. Morgan will be briefing or has briefed City Council on the budget. There is a lot more in terms of that Mackenzie Scott gift that Council's not aware of, but I want to hold that for a separate conversation that's not appropriate for this body at this time.
I do believe we do have them coming in, but I'll verify that. I just want to make sure I verify that. All right. All right, Councilman Harrison, you good?
I'm fine. I'm good.
All right. All right, I have Councilman Charles Slipe, Councilwoman Jenny Spencer, Gray Star, House is not here yet, then Maura Harsh Kelly. So, Councilman Slipe, you're up.
Okay, thank you. We are now into junior varsity. I actually want. We're important too, guys.
Junior varsity.
I want to start also with a question about issue 38. Councilman Hairston had alluded to it. I spent a good portion of last fall engaging with residents in Ward 17 about issue 38. Easily talked to, well over 1,000 individuals about it. And my tenor the entire time was that participatory budgeting is a very intriguing idea. Just the way issue 38 specifically would have brought it forth, I saw issues with it. Budgeting is a year-round endeavor. It's not just something that takes place over these last couple weeks. What conversations had there been, or were there, about how this budget would look had issue 38 passed?
Chief.
Through the chair to the councilman. I think we did a lot of work up front to kind of get an idea of what the impact would be. If you look at 2%, you look at kind of the average rate of growth of the budget year over year. If we had used last year's adopted budget, it was about $14.2 million. This year would be a little bit higher, just a shade under $15 million. The impact is real. And so we kind of planned for the worst case scenario that it would all be general fund dollars that would have had to be used to pay for the participatory budgeting effort. And that would have been $15 million out approximately of what's in front of you today. $15 million is probably around 105 employees, 110 employees. And so we would have had to figure out where to take, what departments, what divisions were going to lose appropriation and thus staff to be able to provide for participatory budgeting. And when you engage in that exercise, despite best efforts, focus inevitably goes to the largest divisions, which happen to be the ones that provide the most service to our residents, right? If you have a division of 2 or 3 people, well, you may not want to get rid of it entirely, and then removing one person doesn't really do anything for that math. And so you have to go to Department of Public Safety, you'd go to the Department of Building and Housing, the Department of Health, the Department of Finance, the bigger departments, to find the resources necessary to meet that obligation. And so I think the reality would have been a reduction of resources in places where, frankly, we know we don't want to reduce the available resources. We actually want to grow them.
Thank you. And just based off of, I think, a number you gave us, Chief, at our retreat on Friday, that the $9.3 million vacancy pool is about 40% of vacancies. Kind of do some rough algebra. It's not my strong suit, I'll admit. But about 65% of all vacant positions, would have, that doesn't even make doesn't even make up to what 15 point some million dollars would have been had it passed. So I think it's worth noting that it would have affected our ability to fill these positions. And I'm starting with issue 38, not to rehash it, but to really focus more on vacant positions. Because I'll come back to public safety. but I said this Friday to the chief as well, Mayor, that I hear the pragmatic approach or suggestion about police staffing, that if there's an inability to hire up to what I think many on this body believe is a necessary amount of staffing in the Division of Police, that we're really just, you could say, parking money in the budget. So to that end, I spent some time when, for the listening audience, we receive budgeted numbers, but then for the previous years, we receive actual numbers. So I made the effort to go through and find the budgeted numbers from those past years as well. And I will say that there are a number of divisions and departments that just year over year don't come anywhere close to getting to even 80% of their budget, let alone to 100% of their budget. And if my tenor about participatory budgeting was we are so lean that we can't afford a $15 million, I would say that we also can't afford $6 million of parking money in what are many small departments and divisions, to the detriment of, I think there are departments like EMS and recreation, which get they're the winners for, it seems, the closest without going over, and those are the very services that I think Cleveland residents want to see more of. So I'm saying this because a goal of mine during this budget season is to identify areas where we are failing to staff, not just in the Division of Police, but across the entirety of the budget, and then raise the question, are there departments that are better able today to spend dollars to more effectively meet the needs and expectations of our residents, at the EMS. And then there's departments that I think routinely go over. Do we need to be more forthcoming about what it costs, law to operate? Mm-hmm. Because that seems to be one that continually goes over budget. So that's going to be a large focus of mine, but I do want to get back within my time, and Joe's keeping time for us, everybody. I want to focus back on public safety. And again, I hear the pragmatic argument, and I'm optimistic that the increases in pay and other initiatives are going to get us to be at a better place. However, I want to refute the notion that there haven't been applicants. In my analysis of data given to me by the administration, I think it was in 2022, there were over 900 applicants to the Division of Police. And the first class that came out of that applicant pool was 11. So I think not for lack of interest, but lack of information, this council, I don't think, fully understands why Cincinnati is able to put on a 50-person cadet class, but Cleveland isn't, and why Toledo, which pays less, puts on a 27 cadet class, but we cannot. And I think one of my fears and anxieties is that we are maybe holding officers to, or potential officers, to such a high standard that we are negating our own talent pool. And let me be clear, when we brought this up, we all know that there's going to be people who fundamentally should not be a police officer. There are going to be people who have substance abuse issues, something else in their background. But when we hear from residents that, a veteran who has a federal security clearance wasn't hired by the Division of Police, or a Boy Scout who was recommended to apply by the police wasn't hired, that's where we start to get concerns that, quite frankly, it's not an all-hands approach, because we could be leaving people on the table. And I think these are raw applicant numbers. So obviously many things happen. You have to apply, you have to take the test, you have to pass the test. And I think this body doesn't have enough of a grasp of that process. At least I should not speak for the body, I should speak for myself. I do not have enough grasp of all of the stages of those process to feel confident that we're going to successfully get to the cadets we're budgeting for when we have a track record of not coming close. And the data point that stuck out most with me was, of that 939, I was given zip codes. So I'd made the effort of figuring out who lives where, and I was also given self-identified, racial identity. It was nearly 1 in 4 of those applicants were black residents of Cleveland, but none of them were in that class of 11. So I think there's still a lot to uncover about what we are doing to maximize our own pipeline. What is the role of Police Academy in helping to form character in individuals, and quite frankly, are we holding people accountable for something they did at 15 when they're 25 or 26, and quite frankly, could be a better police officer and easier to engage with someone who's going through a rough moment in their life. So I bring that all up because, like Councilman Harrison and others, I also have concerns about not being honest about what it takes to staff the Division of Police, and I worry that if we don't become more aggressive on hiring, based on past data, it seems, that we will routinely over the next few years continue to decrease the headcount under the argument that it's impractical for us to hire more than 180 a year. So I'll leave it there. This is an area I think that is this is what I'm hearing about from residents more than anything else, concerns about the Division of Police during this budget season. So I'll leave it there. Yeah.
Thank you. Through the council president, to the councilman, there's nothing in your comments that I don't agree with. Let me just unpack it. First and foremost, the whole point of the vacancy pool is to be able to take, what was restricted resources, make them unrestricted, and make those, small, medium, large tweaks in a more effective and efficient way that you outline. And I know that Ahmed and I and our administration, we're open to any recommendations the council has to make sure that council has the right oversight and accountability to hold us accountable around making informed, data-driven decisions to increase the quality of how we deliver services for our residents. Secondly, as mayor, given what we've seen over the last 10 years, we are entering our 10th year of the consent decree. I'm never going to sacrifice quantity over quality. And I believe everybody around this table shares that same sentiment. But I also believe, and I've made this very clear to my safety director and leadership in HR and civil service, I want more transparency on why certain folks aren't getting hired. And I was at a meet and greet with Kevin Bishop a couple weeks ago. A resident said her son or nephew applied. He didn't get hired, but he had a record, unfortunately. But they didn't know the extent of why they didn't get hired. What was the real detail orientation around that? And I'll be very frank with you, we have not done a good job of that level of detailed accountability and transparency as it relates to our hiring process. And we have to do better. And you have my commitment as mayor to get better on that. I've heard the same issues from our members of the Division of Fire and Local 93 as well around this core topic and issue. So I want more transparency as mayor because I get the anecdotal feedback every time I walk the streets. And then lastly, as I said before, we want to be as aggressive as we possibly can around hiring. One of the biggest pieces of feedback I got that informed our recommendation to change the age range to hire was I heard from a lot of veterans who had 10 years left, 15 years left to work, but they were too old, right? And they wanted to give some more time in public service to the city. That's why we wanted to propose to you all, and which you passed, changing the age from 40 to 55. And so I think all those steps will go a long way, and you have my commitment to make sure we are being as transparent about the entire funnel of how we hire and select folks across every division of public safety. So I appreciate your passion and commitment around that issue, Councilman.
Thank you, and I'm encouraged to hear that the shared commitment to transparency, and to be abundantly clear to the listening audience, I agree that there's I guess the sticking point is how do you define the ideal candidate, and we haven't received the information to know what is a disqualifying factor, and that there are enough anecdotes to suggest that people, if you have a minor misdemeanor from age 15, I don't think that should disqualify you from becoming a police officer. But and if that is the standard that we are holding people to, not only are we never going to staff the Division of Police, but it also seems to run contrary to so much of the other things we do, ban the box, trying to come up with programs to help people, reform and evolve out of moments in time. So it'll be something that I'm sure we'll discuss more during this next couple weeks, though. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Spencer Gray, Star, and once we get past this list, we will recess everyone. So just to let you know that I have Spencer Gray, Star.
All right. Thank you, Council President. It is still morning. Good morning. Great to be with you, Mayor, and your chiefs and directors and staff today. I have a few comments, and I want to conclude with a question. First comment is that the HR reforms that went into place this past year, including vacation reform, paid parental leave, those are so instrumental. There is more work to do. But that is the kind of work that will move the needle for the city. So I wanted to just put a pin in that and thank all involved in that. A second comment is I cannot underscore enough what I believe is the potential that will be unleashed by the full rollout of the 311 system this year. Ward 15 is ready, and I believe we have pent-up demand for that 311 system. So I just wanted to comment that I look forward to learning where the full complement of funding for 311 is found in this year's budget, and really to make sure that it's fully understanding how and where it's fully resourced. There has been a lot of conversation about the vacancy pool already this morning, some really important dialogue with my colleagues. I want to thank my colleagues for their questions. I think I'll just add, in terms of residents first, I heard you, Mr. Mayor. Through our chair, I heard you, but I concur with my colleagues' comments. I think this is where questions about the vacancy pool will really come to a head for many of us. None of us are going to want to walk away from this table without ensuring that Residents First is fully staffed and fully funded. Similarly, in regards to the vacancy pool, there's been some great dialogue in regards to public safety. I wanted to clarify and make sure I understood. I believe that uniformed officers are not part of the vacancy pool, but other public safety positions are. So I think that's going to be an important discussion point. Also, I'm looking forward to the broader discussion about public safety staffing. One thing I've really learned in this position over the past several years is that in addition to having those patrol officers on the street and the importance of that, these other positions like vice, our detectives, you mentioned sex crimes earlier, we used to have a vehicle theft unit. These are all really important discussions that I look forward to delving into during the public safety portion of our budget hearings this year. And then I want to conclude with a comment that leads into a question. So urban forestry. It is no secret that the city of Cleveland has a backlog of work orders when it comes to tree canopy. It's to the tune of nearly $3 million at this point, and that's related to tree removals, pruning, stumps. And these, unfortunately, are complaint-driven numbers. So we've gotten to that backlog just by individual citizens calling in with concern about a tree, a dangerous tree, a branch, or a stump that has not been removed. So this is really just the basic catch-up number that we need to get to begin to even approach a true maintenance life cycle for our urban forest. So, and as Councilman McCormick mentioned earlier, Council would like to see more robust tree planting as well. So the comment, really that I want to emphasize is that urban forestry needs to get to a predictable, consistent, and recurring revenue stream to do its work. I think that number has changed over the years. It's gone up and down. We really need to get to that predictable and consistent revenue stream. And through our council president, I'd like to ask you, Mr. Mayor, for your commitment to empower the Urban Forestry Commission to work with your administration to develop a true funding plan for urban forestry so we can all move forward very clear-eyed about how we are going to address our urban forest and doing that collaboratively with our new Urban Forestry Commission that was recently reestablished.
Mayor?
I'll chime in and have the CFO chime in on a couple of your topics, Councilwoman. First, as I've said, we want to work with this council to make sure that Director Martin O'Toole has the staffing she needs to fully execute Residents First. Residents First was not passed when this budget was submitted to council, and so we want to make sure we have the flexibility to hire what Director Martin O'Toole needs to execute and finish the job and do a good job of executing that important policy for the city of Cleveland. Secondly, like you, I'm very excited about 311. Director Liz Crow has been doing a fantastic job with IT and other members of the administration to make sure that we can execute that later this year. I know it'll go a long way to giving residents confidence that when they call City Hall, they can track their complaint and someone returns their phone call. And I'm going to continue to make sure we operate at the highest level of accountability inside 311. And I'm going to have Ahmed chime in as well on budgeting for that. And then lastly, I'm so excited about the work we've done collectively, Councilwoman, with the Tree Commission. We have a fantastic group of leaders leading that commission. And you have my commitment to work with my administration on finding a long-term source of revenue to make sure we're restoring and maintaining our tree canopy in the city. This has real equity concerns, climate concerns in our city, and it's something I think often about. How do we find a nice, dedicated source of revenue long-term to address it? I don't know the right number, but I'm sure we can brainstorm how to do it internally, but also get some external support, too, to figure this out on a short and long-term basis. Ahmed?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to the councilwoman. So specifically in the 311 question, the budget for 311 is in ITS, page 168. And then with respect, just to underscore what the mayor said on the building and housing vacancies, Residents First hadn't passed when the mayor's estimate was delivered. We were hopeful that it would pass. It's one of the reasons why the pool exists, so we have this flexible way to provide staffing where it's needed. And I would just note that we met last week with the director, and we're going to continue to work with her to figure out exactly what it is she needs in terms of staffing to implement Residents First fully. There's been a lot of pre-work done already with Local 100. There's a new job classification that was created in the new labor contract in anticipation of Residents First to help us recruit more entry-level inspectors and get them in the door, get them trained in-house to give them the skills they need to move up the ladder. Because a real challenge has been getting inspectors in the door because of the qualifications requirements of the pre-existing entry-level job was really not an entry-level job. And so now we have an entry-level inspector position that exists, has been negotiated with the union, has a pay band and everything. And so that pre-work plus the work we're doing right now with the director to really assess exactly what it is she needs and where she needs those positions. And it's not just inspectors, it's support staff, right? When you add people who are doing the day-to-day business of inspections, that also adds administrative burden in the department that will have to be solved as well. So we're working with her to get to that number, get to that breakdown of roles that she needs, and then with HR and civil service doing everything we can to ensure that the process moves expeditiously and folks get in the door and provide the services that we expect them to provide.
All right. Council President, I'll let you keep it moving.
Thank you so much,
very much.
Councilwoman. Appreciate it. I have Councilwoman Deborah Gray, Councilman Richard Starr.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I just have the same sentiments as all my colleagues, and to echo everyone concern. I have the same concern as in public safety in our community, as well as policing as well, and as well as building and housing. I was 2 hours late only because I had a lot of calls that came in dealing with those concerns in the community, and I was out in the community addressing those concerns that the citizens has. and have been dealing with that. So I'm really not going to go into a long-term conversation about it because my colleagues had already expressed the same sentiments that I have on it. But to hear what you have addressed already on it, that's something that I am looking forward, Chair to Mayor, for you to look into and for us to work with you to have these positions staffed because of the concerns of the residents of concerns, everything need to be looked into as well. So I'm not going to go deep dive into it per se, but just to hear what you said, I agree with everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lady. Councilman Richard Starr, and then Councilwoman Rebecca Moore.
Council President, don't start my time yet. Now I'm ready. But no, thank you, Mr. Mayor Justin Bibb, for the support and you being here today. I know being at this table takes a lot of time out. I've been accustomed to it the last 2 years about just a deep dive that we do at this table. So first, I would just like to start off through the chair. Based on, I see the media only comes when the mayor comes. Everybody, every media outlet comes here to see what's going on. But you know one thing they do? They write about what the council do or don't do. And I wonder if they understand what council does do or not. But through the chair, I would definitely ask Mayor Justin Bibb, can you please explain what a TIF is? Because the media said, council, we're incompetent and we don't know what a TIF is. So through the chair, I would love for the mayor to explain to us what a TIF does because I might be one of the ones they said is illiterate too, or not competent, or we don't know, or the council president don't know. So since the administration is teaching us, I guess, from the media standpoint, I would love for through the chair to the mayor, can you explain what a TIF is?
To the council president, the councilman, a TIF is a tax increment financing tool that allows cities and municipalities to take a portion of increased property tax values, get that immediate cash flow, finance it to invest and finance transformational infrastructure projects.
I thank you because 2 years ago when I sat down with Council President, he explained it just like that. but it's crazy though. It's just crazy how the media paints this narrative, but they don't take the chances to understand what's really going on in our neighborhoods. So as we look at this, I always get tongue twisted with these different names: short, core, quarter short, TIF. One of the things that is always hurting when you live in public housing all your life, when you see everything else getting funded, but as soon as you make money in your neighborhood, you can't afford to live in your projects. So the biggest things and the biggest concerns that members of this council have is understanding when the TIF come through, how do we front load the benefits to allow us to do more in the neighborhoods? Prime example, if we remember when we was here last year and we discussed the investment in public safety and we set it behind the ARPA request of $10 million to involve in public safety, the first thing I screamed and advocated was we need some money for programming now. We don't got time to wait for the balance to accrue some interest for us to be able to get money out. And it was great to be able to work with your administration as well as Chief Sergeant Pryor Jones as well as Foundation for us to be able to get out $1 million last year, which is things that we need to do. So I'm not going to go in on that, but I am going to touch on a little bit about CMSD. And as a millennial, as a 2-year elected official, similar, getting in office at the same time as the mayor through here, I'm not going to be one of the ones to sit around and say, 10 years from now, if I'm fortunate enough to be here, or 20 years from now, that we still dealing with the issues that Carl Stokes dealt with in the 1960s. The fact of the matter is, our city is not the city that anybody wants to come to. And you got to look at the reason why. Crime is skyrocketed. If you look at the last 2 years, we've occurred 334 homicides in the city of Cleveland. If you look at the overall Cuyahoga County, we've had over 1,450 homicides. Out of that, from the last 7 years, 1,200 has been African American, 84% increase. So this gun violence, these problems, all it stems from a system that we must destroy, and we must work together to figure out solutions. So when I hear that the CMSD is cutting the budget deficit and they're going to cut after-school programming and they're going to cut different things like that, that's total disrespectful. It's disrespectful because you got to understand, a lot of our children don't have somebody waiting on them when they get out of school. So staying after school for those longer period of time, extended day, up until 5, 6 o'clock, some schools programs may go till 7 o'clock, means everything. You get possibly a hot meal. You possibly get assistance with homework, sports, activities. You're in a safe environment. So when you cut that, it's going to make a big deficit, and it's going to have a tremendous effect. And we can't stand around and say we're still going to have a safer neighborhood, but we cutting the programming. And that's just something that I know we're going to dive deep in. But I do want to put a request out, Council President, if we're going to have Dr. Morgan from CMSD come to the table, and with Jasmine, Councilwoman Santana's Department of Workforce, I think it's only right that we have the chief finance person there as well, because this is unbelievable. We have based on the CMSD website, based on their data, they have a $1.5 billion budget. I don't know the ins and outs of how they receive funding, but if you got $1.5 million, there's no excuse for us to have a $168 million deficit. I don't care what Eric Gordon did before. We should have all eyes on that, and I definitely want to make sure I say to the chair, to the mayor, we need you. When we have these type of cuts, when we have these type of issues, it sets our communities back a decade from now. We're going to be set back from the decision that we do today is going to have a negative impact in our community. And we can't talk about everybody getting a high school diploma from this same system and the same school district, but we're cutting funding. We're cutting things that we need because we mishandled one-time use money. That's what they did. And I'm talking about that. Where's accountability? Who's getting fired? Who's getting fired for doing this to our kids? Because oftentimes when you're in these organizations and they make bad decisions on finances, the program people have to deal with it. Not the ones who still gonna get their job, still gonna drive their nice suit, wear their nice suits, drive their fancy cars, but our people who don't have it and need these services, they're gonna have to deal with the reality that they don't have these services. So I know that is just something I definitely know you spoke on, Mayor, through the chair, so I know you don't have to go more in depth in that, but I wanna make sure when we come, Dr. Morgan come, we need to open up them books and explain to us as well as these people, because right now we're getting calls and emails and meetings for us to schedule to figure out what is the plan for after-school program. And since we're on youth, because I am a diehard advocate for youth, our recreation division sucks. We're going to stop sugarcoating it. It sucks. If you look at what we're doing, we still got the same type of schedules of saying it's a flyer, but that ain't all it takes to get people. If you go in our rec centers right now when our kids are in school, adults ain't even using our facilities. When you go in after school, our kids are not there, but we have all these facilities up and running, and some of them up and running that shouldn't be because you ain't got the maintenance like Chairman Bishop spoke about. It's crazy. So when I look at overall as our city, we're doing bad. And everyone want to say we talk about our city bad, but we gotta be able to speak about the reality. We got food deserts in neighborhoods. We got issues with building housing. We said we're going to create this pool, but if we're going to really support building housing, they need the positions. We need inspectors. And what I mean by that is I have a whole long email thread through the chair with Director Martin, and it's about Rainbow Terrace. Rainbow Terrace is going through a hood renovation. People are sleeping, living in their house where they got drywall taken off, they got water leaking, they got repairs going that ain't been done, and it's been there for weeks and weeks at a time. But when you look at Director Martin, she don't have the amount of people to keep lay eyes on them. We don't. So when we talk about staffing levels through the chair, that's why it was important that Dean Polizek said on Friday, we want to see through each department a breakdown of staffing. How are we going to say we got a balanced budget and a balanced book, but we don't really got the staffing levels on each department? I I understand we're doing things, we're modernizing our city, we're doing great things. I am a millennial. I believe in technology. I believe in sometimes getting out with the old and in with the new, being more innovative, and I think that is something you are, Mayor Bibb, through the chair. But we got to face reality. Certain things we definitely need in order for us to be able to understand what is going on with these departments. So I know I just spoke on quite a few things. I do have a laundry list of stuff, and if I want to talk about one thing through the chair, is the residents in Slavic Village Development is angry at you, Mayor Bibb, through the chair. And they just take it out on me. And what I mean by that is they see Southeast and they say they're not included in the Southeast. Then when it comes around to Central, when they see anything happen in other cities, other parts of the city, they don't feel included because we're not technically East, we're Central. So when you think of East, you think of a Southeast, you think of a Northeast, you think of everything. But when you talk about Central, when you talk about the Southeast, Slavic Village, Broadway, they still suffering from decisions that was made long before we got here. But as the young politicians, and like to echo off my colleague Dean Polenzek, he said, hey, I ain't got that many more years. We have so much years ahead of us, but if we don't make the decisions right and the choices right, getting our school system in line today, working on city services, addressing the fact that our rec centers, we have about almost 23, I think, recreation centers, and we don't have people actually in there just getting a sign-in sheet and sign. That doesn't mean people are really in the program. I may sign in, just grab his lunch, and I'm going out to do whatever I need to do. So overall, we need to modernize what we're doing in these certain departments in order for that. But then my one question I definitely would ask to the chair is, through the chair to the Mayor Bibb, have you ever looked at the compliance audit summary for total contracts to OEO for these projects that's going on in the city? Do you get an update on all these projects?
So Mayor has about a few questions that I think that Councilman Starr asked.
Yeah, so let me walk through. First and foremost, to your direct, specific question, I do get briefed by Director Mitchell and the team on OEO compliance. As well as mayor, I oversee the Board of Control, and that's another mechanism I have around that. To that point, I want to again thank this council for their amazing leadership in passing the historic community benefits agreement. Now we have a lot more work to do under Director Mitchell's leadership to operationalize that agreement, to make sure we can actually have the right teeth and accountability to see that project through. Certainly that's important. Secondly, as it relates to the Slavic Village and the Southeast side, completely understand your point. Now, for this pilot program we're doing with the Southeast Side Promise, in its current form, it's focused on 3 geographies: Lee Harvard, Mount Pleasant, Union Miles. But as I said earlier in my comments, we want to expand that kind of targeted scale, focused intervention in every part of our city where we see real demand and need, and we know it's there. I've also talked to Councilwoman Mora about this as well. I want to do whatever I can to support Fleet. I'm asking for my list of action items for Fleet Avenue as soon as possible. And I know through the work that Director Hernandez is leading, there's a potential catalytic housing project with Pastor Gibson at Elizabeth Baptist Church. So we want to do everything we can to support a Slavic Village and that CDC. Now, in terms of our rec centers, as I said before, for the first time in our city's history, we are now doing a comprehensive audit and assessment of every rec center and park in the city. And through the historic TIF proposal initiative that we'll have before this body, leveraging that investment and others, we can finally see a long-term revenue source to really modernize every park and rec center in Cleveland. So that is a core priority of this administration. And as I said before, I didn't believe that Parks and Recreation should be siloed in Public Works. It needs to be its own separate department, and we look forward to bringing that piece of legislation to this body later this year. Now, in terms of CMSD,
who getting fired?
Let me simply just explain what CMSD and most school districts across the country did when the COVID-19 pandemic happened. When COVID happened, public school districts across the country got money titled ESSER for temporary catalytic investments to really address the needs of those school districts during the pandemic. Those are temporary, right? But not long-term. And so most school districts across the country spent that money on one-time costs without a long-term plan to fund those long-term costs. Now, what happened was you had a whole lot of new after-school programs get funded as a result of the pandemic. So those programs may go away, but our traditional after-school programs like band and sports are not going away, right? So that's important to note, and I'm sure Dr. Morgan and his finance team can brief his council on the core aspects of their deficit reduction plan once they come before this body. As you know, they did present that plan to the school board last week. You talked about the shore to quarter shore TIF. The council president and I are actively engaged with Bedrock and others about making sure we see near-term community benefits as we explore and hopefully execute our core to shore to core, I got that wrong, shore to quarter shore TIF for the city. And then two things I think it's important to note. As I said before, over 80% of our ARPA investments were place-based investments for all of Cleveland's neighborhoods because of the support we got from this body here. And then because of the work we've done with you, Councilman Starr, our new job tax credit has helped fuel over $100 million of new investments in your ward specifically. So there is progress and good stuff is happening in your ward. And thank you for your support and partnership on that.
Thank you. And just a couple more, Council President. And thank you for that. But, well, in August of last year, we passed ordinance for home repairs, $15 million. This is March. We still ain't got that out. We've passed other pieces of ARPA requests that still ain't got out. But I've seen other contracts get out that was passed later. So is it more so a sense of the administration only prioritize what they want, or they not understand what we think and what we pass as council is not a priority too? Because I have residents calling me every day, stopping me, blowing up my Instagram, blowing up my Facebook, talking about I need home repair assistance. And I'm like, yo, we passed the 15 million. And it still have yet to get out. So what is the, I don't want to say the excuse, but what is the problem if we passing other things out through the chair?
So as I said before, some of those contracts have high levels of compliance from an auditing standpoint due to the federal guidelines and regulations. And so we are not prioritizing one project over the other. We are doing everything we can as an administration to get this money out the door quicker. And I believe we've even asked for additional capacity inside economic and community development and law to even do a better job of getting it out quicker. So that continues to be an ongoing issue and challenge we're all trying to address.
Yep, thank you. And to your point or quote, I know you say you want top quality, top talent, you got to pay. We can't be paying our recreation center staff who work in second shift $15, $10, or we can't be paying them the center manager $45,000, $50,000 and expecting them to do a lot of things that we need them in a recreation center. So overall, why it says the recreation center is ran horribly is because I live that and understand what it takes to get things done. And if we're losing out of time, after school programming in the CMSD, that's a big issue. I know you mentioned through the council president that they're not going to cut traditional sports. The message that has been said, that they've been telling these coaches right now, that they ain't got no money. They ain't got no money for certain things. East Tech need help and support on getting headsets. They told them they don't have money. And those are things are required. Now, I don't want to go school to school, but there's other schools in our district, they get whatever they need. Whatever they need. But when it comes to these certain other schools, they ain't getting it. And that is not right. That is not fair. And to the point that Councilman Harrison brought up with that Mackenzie Scott, one of the things that me and Eric Gorton talked about when they presented it at East Tech was how do we help get the maintenance of the track area and the weight room for East Tech together. And that was a promise that was given. But now he leave, things change. Now East Tech still on the back end of not getting that repair because This district is broke because whoever was managing the money. And I mean that. Somebody need to be fired. Somebody need to be fired who was handling this money and ain't do their job. Our people should not have to suffer because they didn't do their job. And I close with this, Council President. Man, through the chair to Chief, how many bank accounts is the city money is in? What kind of accounts? How many accounts do we have our money inside these big banks?
Chief Abunamo.
To the chair.
Through the chair to the councilman, I believe it's probably a little bit over 200 accounts.
We got 200 accounts, larger banks?
With two banks, Key and PNC.
All right, so my question is, where do we leverage these two institutions to start lending to people in our neighborhoods? And what I mean is if we recall Carl Stokes in the 60s when these banks didn't want to lend to our neighborhoods, he removed the funding from the city and put them into smaller institutions. He said if you ain't gonna do what is right from this redlining standpoint that's still happening to today, he made them stand on business. So I'm asking through the chair, to the mayor, to the chief, what is our strategy to make them start doing what they should be doing?
Mayor and Chief, and then we do have to.
Okay.
move to our next
As I said in my earlier comments when I addressed Councilman Jones, I'm in active conversations with all of our banking partners to make sure they are doing more than fair share, investing in our city. As I said before, Director Hernandez and her team are beginning a new agreement with all of our banking institutions, and I think she'd be a great person to brief you on as that project continues.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
I appreciate y'all. Can I get a point? And I'm done. All right, through the chair. So a question that was asked to me through some residents is, they said, Councilman Starr, is $1,200 a month for rent, is that affordable housing? So I want to ask that question through the chair to the mayor. Is that affordable housing? Because that's the trend that we're seeing in Cleveland right now.
Obviously, it's more nuanced than that, but for working class folks, that's very expensive.
Yep. So that's
it really depends on income spectrum, where you live, the housing, quality of the housing, et cetera.
So we need to work together on that.
Yep. But as you know, because of your support, we have allocated over $40 million of ARPA funds for workforce and more workforce and affordable housing units across the city. So
they still ain't got out yet. We needed them to get out through the chair. They could be out. It could be allocated. We still need it out.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman. Next, I have Councilwoman Rebecca Moore, Harsh, House, Kelly. Then Councilman Jones would like additional time. Councilwoman Moore.
Thank you, Chairman. You make me be in between a lunch. Yeah, do you want? Yeah.
No, you don't.
You know, I just really appreciate the conversation today and thought a lot about the phrase you used, Mayor, data-driven and evidence-based for a lot of this work and thinking about the progress we've made in the budget book, including some of those metrics for different departments and things like that. So it's been interesting to see the transition of the budget book over the years. And I thought about what I wanted to say today and what sort of the commentary, what the right sort of tone of the commentary was. And I think I want to join and follow the lead of my colleagues like Councilman Slife talking about police recruitment, or Councilwoman Spencer talking about tree canopy, or Councilman Starr, Councilman Conwell talking about CMSD, and really emphasizing the way that the budget books impacts my priorities as a council person and the things that I spend my energy and time working on. Because as we all know, for everyone in this room, there is a literal infinite amount of work that we could all be doing on behalf of the city of Cleveland. And so we all have to pick priorities, pick items that we really work on. And when I look to the year ahead, you know, really three things rise to the top for me. Of course, the first is the implementation of the 311 system. As you know, my first year in office, I released our constituent services report, which was the first data-driven approach to looking at what kinds of calls come into the councilperson's office. And I'm proud to say we've come a long way since then, but seeing that through is huge. The second is the implementation of residents first. I'll somewhat push back against the idea that you didn't know if council would pass residents first, Mayor. I think that there was both an incredible effort on behalf of council members in the drafting of that legislation, and just a real support and understanding that the story of Cleveland right now is the story of housing, and that we all know we have to get this right. So implementation of residents first is number 2. And the third, of course, is lead, is making sure that our lead poisoning crisis gets under control in the city, and that the promise of the 2019 lead law for lead-safe rental housing in the city of Cleveland is really seen. And so, as I thought about what I'm looking towards, those aren't spelled out in the budget book in the same way. There's not those metrics. So what am I looking for as a council person? What are the metrics that I'm looking towards as we see through this next year? And we take the numbers from the salaries and the benefits and the contractual services from the budget book and try to translate that into programming. And so I want to offer up in each of those 3 categories a metric that I'm looking at, something quantitative, something specific I'm looking for. And then I think increasingly we're seeing this movement towards the qualitative. What is the experience, the lived experience of people trying to engage with these programs? So I want to briefly go through one each in each of those categories. The first is 311. I'll tell you, it's an easy one. This has been a campaign issue for me since before I was elected. It was the first year in office, and it is how long does it take you to get a new garbage bin after you have requested one? And last Friday, I actually got a text message from a senior in my ward who said, her recycling bin was basically eaten by the truck, which is something that happens, but basically the arm lifted up the can. And she basically said, I went out to the curb and my bin was gone. And what do I do? And I talked her through 311. She actually had a great experience calling in. She got her reference code. And so now the question is how long until that new bin is delivered? And I'll say it's been a huge improvement. We had this huge backlog when we came in. The issue was we didn't have these bins. There was no supply chain. And I know that, Mayor, you've made a lot of effort to make sure that the division has a backlog on hand so that we can actually deliver these bins. But I think what I see from my office is that it varies. Sometimes they come out real quick. Sometimes it takes longer. And so I think that consistency and specificity of garbage bins is a really specific metric that I'm looking for when it comes to this implementation of 311. And I'll just applaud Director Crow that I think her open data portal will make it really easy to answer that question in the year ahead. I want to challenge us, though, with a more qualitative one, like a trickier one. And that is how a resident is, their customer service experience when they call in about a lot not getting mowed. And there's 2 separate issues. One, of course, is how the lot is mowed, how frequently. And the reality is, we're going to do our very best to get to a 7-week cutting cycle this year. And we are going to work in the years in the future to get that down and down and down. But it's not going to be a situation where that lot is cut faster than that this summer. And so the resident can be taught that 7-week cutting cycle, right? We can set that expectation. But we see a lot of customer service issues when it comes to the crews having gone through a particular neighborhood and maybe having missed a lot, or the crews haven't gotten to that particular lot in the cutting cycle. It's very, very hard in June and July for residents and sometimes even council members to figure out, is this lot high right now because it's going to be cut because it was missed, or because it was already cut 6 weeks ago in April, very early on, and it's grown since then. And I've spent time, with the 311 team on this. I spent a lot of time with my internally in my office figuring this out. And I think it's a difficult thing to explain to people, this kind of customer service experience, walking away with the understanding that, oh, everyone knows what's going on. There's a plan. I might not like the plan, but I know that the lot next to my house is within that system, and it's going to get done in an equal way to the rest of the city. So I'm really interested in that customer service experience. Do people leave with an understanding of how the system works? And I'll just tell you, as a a data point for that, we had a community meeting last summer completely dedicated to this issue in late June. Horrible timing for Ward 12. I should have waited a couple weeks because the crews were coming through, but late June, it was a hot night. None of the lots in Slavic Village had been cut in the last 7 weeks. And, you know, to use an old phrase, you know, your public service team got a shellacking from my residents. And the thing was, there was a plan. There was a plan. It just wasn't being articulated very well. And so that's kind of the qualitative thing I'm really looking for in 311, and I think it will go a long way to easing tensions as the summer progresses. Okay, that's 311. Really quickly want to pivot to residents first. In terms of quantitative, I'm looking at the percentage of LLCs that identify a local agent in charge. I think that is one of the most innovative things we did in that piece of legislation. It's one of the most concrete. And yeah, shout out to Councilman Harsh for getting us, you know, supporting the local agent in charge. You know, we have been working consistently towards that. The VAPAC team, you know, I was at those tables as well. That's something we all want. And seeing it put into place, I think is going to be really exciting. On the qualitative end, I think there's this open question about case management. Who is in charge of these homes that come in the front door of building and housing? We get calls for open, vacant, vandalized properties and board ups, and often what we find is that we're the ones following up saying, hey, is this headed towards demolition? Is this headed towards foreclosure? Is this headed towards a CDC rehab program? And that kind of case management element is the customer service experience that I'm really interested in. Do we have the sense that when these properties are identified, we're sort of moving them in the right way? Lastly, lead. I think that there has never been a moment in Cleveland's history where there was a more unified understanding and commitment to the need to tackle this problem. I think we should be so proud of that. And there is a consistency in that I really want to shout out and identify across the public sector here at City Hall, the private sector at the Lead Safe Cleveland Coalition. We've never before had that. And our challenge is to harness that into numbers and success. And of course, the ultimate number is how many children are lead poisoned in the city of Cleveland. But there's metrics underneath that. And the one I'm be looking towards, of course, is the number of properties that enroll in our Lead Safe certificate program. And as anybody knows who's been following this issue, who's been following the numbers, we have been in a steady decline quarter over quarter. You know, we went from 1,000 per quarter enrolled to 800 to 645 to 490. We'll get the next report in a couple of weeks. And I would not expect it to be higher. And so there's a decline that we need to reset on. And I think there's a shared understanding about that need for a reset and a lot of work being done internally at the mayor's office, across building and housing and across the Lead Safe Cleveland Coalition, who have a lot of the dollars to implement this program. But that's going to be the measure. In a year, we're going to look at this and we're going to say, did we turn it around? And lastly is the qualitative one on that, and that is the landlord experience of getting through this program. I think we all hear from landlords, good faith landlords who engage with this program and find a morass, a maze. I have personally told people about the incentive, the $750 that you can get per unit for registering your property under this program, to landlords who had gone through it and didn't even know that incentive program existed. And then now it's taking, you know, sometimes 90, 120, 150 days to get the money out the door under that program, which is not administered by the city, but, you know, we put a lot of dollars into it. We have a real chance to make this a seamless experience, and to make it something that landlords want to engage with, that gets them money. But we need to sort of be measuring and tracking that as a qualitative measure of how this program is doing. So, you know, Mayor, I of course want to give you a chance to respond, but I'm sort of holding myself out to those commitments and naming them both for the team here and for my colleagues, that those are the things I'm looking for as we implement this budget.
Mayor? Yeah. Through the council president to the councilwoman, first I wanted to say thank you for your continued passion and commitment on these three fundamental issues that we're trying to tackle throughout the city of Cleveland. I want to first start in reverse order. I couldn't agree with you more in terms of this being an inflection moment for the city as it relates to addressing the lead crisis in our homes. You know, we leverage over 16 million of ARPA investments, help fully fund the Lead Safe Housing Endowment Fund. And while that money is great, it all boils down to what? Execution, execution, execution. And so I think both you and I and my team share a renewed sense of more accountability, both internally here at City Hall, but more accountability to our private sector and third-party partners as we try to increase the compliance with all the things related to the Lead Safe Ordinance. In terms of staffing internally around lead, as you know, we have some important leaders inside the administration now working on this. In addition to Karen Dittmer, I have my new senior advisor for special projects, Emily Collins. Not only is she supporting our city's new strategy on homelessness, which we'll be announcing later this week, but she is working with you and many others in the community around rigor, capacity, and execution around the lead safe crisis we have in our city. So more to work to come on that, but I'm confident we can get the ship going in a better direction. Secondly, around Residents First, we're going to have a new KPI dashboard. It's currently being developed right now with Building and Housing and Urban AI to really hold us accountable around Residents First. And that will go a long way with helping with case management. We're also bringing on a new data analyst to support the work around Residents First. And I love your KPIs about seeing, will we see a decline in owner-occupied or LLC investor-occupied properties? Will we see an increase in local agents? All that nuance is so important. I think those are great watch points for all of us to think about as this legislation comes online. And then lastly, 311. You know, I ran for mayor on this topic. It was a big campaign priority for me on the campaign trail. This is something that has been far needed in Cleveland for a long time. Many of our peers across the state and across the country have been doing best-in-class 301 systems for nearly 2 decades. And so Liz Crow and the team are now working on piloting the technology we'll be deploying around case management and tracking complaints. And then we also need to make sure that we have best-in-class customer service training for our 311 call center takers as well too. And as you know, we're now working with United Way to do it after hours too. So I think we've made some good strides and progress, and I think you'll be excited with the new branding that comes out around 311 later this year.
Thank you. Councilman Chris Harsh, Councilwoman Stephanie House-Jones, and Councilman Danny Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just get started by saying, you know, there's a lot of positive things happening in the city of Cleveland. I don't want budget talks to overshadow any of that. Council President's doing a great job herding cats on this side of the table, and I think that through the chair to the mayor, I think I'm very, very enthusiastic and reassured by the team you've put in place and their responsiveness to the needs of the residents. I particularly would be remiss if I didn't shout out Commissioner Scott, who is fantastic in responding to the needs of street repair, and I've never seen anybody act faster than Commissioner Scott in the street. So I could go down the line. It's a great team you have in place, and I'm grateful for all their work to the residents of Cleveland. I do just want to cover a couple of things, though. First off, I'd like to start with questions about the budget itself. A lot of time has been spent talking about this being a structurally balanced budget, but through the president to the mayor, this budget is balanced on a $21.5 million transfer in, which would leave us at $757 million if we didn't have. So I understand that part of that is 27th pay, but through the chair to the mayor, could you please explain what the $21.5 million is plugging and what that means for next year's budget if we are to be structurally balanced?
I'll pass that ball to the finance director.
Sure. Thank you. Through the council president to the councilman, so the $21.5 million, $17 million is for the 27th pay. Mm-hmm. $4.5 million is income tax revenue we get through joint economic development district agreements we have surrounding the city, and that comes in each year.
And so through the chair to the director, is that $4.5 million in income tax revenue reflected in future estimates as well, projections?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. So through the chair, so we have a $17 million transfer over from the 27th pay. Through the chair, is that what a pay period is for the city of Cleveland? 17 million is a pay cycle?
Through the chair, approximately.
Yeah, okay. So through the chair to the mayor or the director, the page 25 of the budget book, or 31 on the PDF, if you're following along, shows a $15 million decrease in salary in 2025. I could understand a 17 million decrease being from the 27th pay, but that salary projection then remains flat for the next 5 years, making it look like we have no intentions to hire at all for the next 5 years. I'm just curious what the reasoning is for that.
Through the chair, we do not typically assume future wage increases for collective bargaining purposes. We don't put what we think it will be in the future because it has to be negotiated. So we don't assume future wage increases as a result of collective bargaining.
Okay, so through the chair, that 377 million some odd 100,000 in 2025 reflects a fully staffed city as planned for in this year's budget? Should all the hires in the 2024 cycle occur, the 2025 estimate of $377 million would be the amount needed to cover the salaries of a fully staffed city?
Through the chair, approximately, yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I'm clear about that, because what we're moving forward with and potentially taking on more wage increases is, I just want to make sure that we're looking at that math correctly.
Yeah, and through the chair, I think as wage increases are negotiated, then those numbers the numbers that are assumed in this book have to shift.
Okay.
You know, we have to make sure that as we're not negotiating wages that we can't afford.
Okay.
And that whatever wages we do negotiate, we have a headcount number that is affordable based on those wages.
Okay. Directly into a very specific detail in this budget through the chair, there's an increase of 19 people in the IT department for the finance, which is almost a 58% increase. Through the chair, what is the reason for adding 19 positions to information technology over the current 33?
Through the chair, that is the result of a transfer of IT staff that has historically been in public safety over to the Division of Information Technology.
Through the chair, is that the people the mayor was just talking about being added every?
No, separate.
No, it's IT. There has been a contingent of technology staff in public safety over the years. We are moving to consolidate technology staff into IT. So this is just a move of existing employees from the organization of public safety into the organization of IT.
But it's under the Department of Finance.
Right, IT is in finance.
IT is in finance, got it. Okay. Okay, cool. Onto the police. Through the chair, I think it's already been talked about, and I have the same hesitancy. The difference between a ghost position, an unfilled position, a position that's not planned to be filled. And I'm just very concerned. I've talked to Director Howard about the number of applicants versus the number of people brought into Academy. So through the chair to the mayor, what is your goal for Academy enrollment this year?
Through the council president, the councilman, 180. That is my goal. And, you know, I believe that the foundational work we've done over the last 2 years around increasing the cadet pay, $5,000 sign-on bonus, increase in police pay by 25% will allow us to either get very close, meet, or maybe exceed the goal. Now, even in addition to work we've done around new recruits, we've also seen an uptake in interest of folks wanting to come back and join the department, or folks who want to lateral in to the department. And so the command staff, HR, civil service, now are looking at how do we have an expedited police academy for folks who've already been trained and want to come join the Cleveland Division of Police.
So I understand through the chair all the efforts that have been made, and I don't think any of them are unwarranted. They do feel like a lot of little Band-Aids on a much bigger wound. And I guess my question...
Can you explain how they feel like Band-Aids on a wound?
Well, I mean, raising the age, change. I mean, I had one person reach out to me and say they were happy about that. I'm sure a couple of people, but that doesn't feel like it's an earth-changing. Beards, tattoos.
But
these
what,
seem like,
but what
you know,
about an increase? But what about an
Or
increase
everything
in
goes
20?
through the chair if we could.
Through the chair to the councilman. What about a 25% pay increase?
Right.
Does that
So-
feel like a Band-Aid to you?
Yeah, so through the chair, the question
does?
The question I'm trying to understand is we've had people apply and not be brought into academy, even with pay increases, even with age increases, even with other improvements to the job. How many, you said 108 is your goal for academy. That's not going to get us to 180 missing
180 is my goal.
So the goal would be to have 180 in academy and then hire and be able to hire all of them.
That's the goal.
So I just, Mr. Chair, there's a ongoing concern that we've had enough people applying to be in academy that we've passed over and not invited to academy. And I think there's a big concern that we're not getting the applicants we want, and therefore we're not inviting them into academy, even with before pay raise, right? Which is a good thing, and it's not a bad thing. There's nothing wrong with these things, as I started off saying, that we're still not bringing these people into academy that might be qualified, might be eligible, and might make good police officers. And that is where the number of new hires gets determined. If we're not inviting people into academy, we're certainly never going to put them in uniform.
Mayor, do you want to respond? To
Yeah, through the council president to the councilman, I agree with you. What we've uncovered over the last 2 years is, one, historically, you could apply, then you have to wait on civil service to come take the test, then wait on civil service to take the psych exam, and then that just escalates and lengthens the time. So what do? Last quarter, before the end of the year, we had our first ever one-stop shop hiring event where folks could come, do the test, get the fitness academy, get everything, and they left with conditional offers. And so we are trying to streamline that process so that we don't lose candidates when they're applying through the pool. And so I believe by the end of this first quarter, we'll actually see tangible dividends from not only these investments that we made through your support and partnership, but also we'll see dividends for us changing and not extending, but loosening or lowering the time it takes to actually apply, take a test, take the psych exam, et cetera.
Yeah. Mr. President, we're currently down, I think, 233 officers from 2021. About 16% of the uniformed police officers in Cleveland are no longer have left. And the state Supreme Court puts out statistics on policing in Ohio cities. In 2014, the Cleveland Police Department issued over 120,000 citations. In 2024, it was under 20,000. And those 100,000 citations could also equal about $8.5 million in revenue, which itself would be 60-some police officers a year just with the revenue collected off issuing citations. And as my colleagues have said, traffic enforcement is the single biggest ask the single biggest reason that people call my office is that they're concerned about traffic enforcement. It's the emails I get, it's the telephone calls I get, people running red lights, running stop signs, speeding up and down residential streets. It's the number one reason that people reach out to me about safety in the neighborhood. There are other issues too, but it's apparent to everybody who's lived in the city for more than 10 years that the level of traffic enforcement is on the decline. And it seems evident to me that when we're down 233 police officers from just 4 years ago, that we don't have enough officers in cars to go out there and properly staff. And you can talk about declining population in the city and right-sizing the police department, but the geographical space of the city didn't go down, the number of street miles didn't go down, and the number of cars has probably gone up. We probably have more traffic than we did 10 years ago. And I have a hard time telling residents in my ward that we're on the right path to traffic enforcement when the number of police officers continues to go down year after year. And I understand the complexities of the issue, but to me, the commitment to the citizens starts with academy enrollment. And if academy enrollment isn't up significantly, substantially, then we're not going to get to the number of uniformed officers. We're not really going to make sincere efforts, and I don't understand why we can't let somebody into academy and then decide there that they don't make a qualified police officer. We could,
Well, some quit.
weed them out, and some quit, yeah. But if our academies are 40, 50 people or 20 people, then we're never going to get there. And it was evidenced last year through the great partnership, and I have to send my sincere thanks to Sheriff Pretel. When the county sheriff started patrolling downtown, we did see a drop in crime. When we started doing those partnerships with federal and state law enforcement agencies, that's when we saw a dip in crime because policing works. And I think we just gave ourselves the evidence. When we have police officers that can operate and do their job, then crime will go down. And how wonderful it would be if the city had those officers all working for us instead of for departments that we don't actually control. And I know that the county council, there's some griping over there and hand-wringing about paying to patrol in Cleveland neighborhoods, and I hope they continue to do it. But the evidence was right there in that last half of last year. When we did those partnerships, crime went down, and it seems to be all the evidence in the world. So we're going to be watching those academy numbers very closely. Shifting to building and housing, I'm frankly sorry that you had reservations about whether or not we'd get that passed. City Council worked very long and hard on residents first, and as Chairman Harrison of the DPS said, the two departments you don't cut are building and housing and the police department. And it would be a wonderful day if we ever reached revenue neutrality in building and housing and simply put the money we make in that department back into that department, because then we would have world-class housing stock, and we could probably make sure that all the lead is safely eliminated through enforcement of our mechanisms. But again, I think we have about an $8 million shortfall between what revenue and housing, what building and housing raises and what is reinvested back into it. So the hiring pool, the $6 million in salaries and the $3.5 million in benefits, that $9.5 million, about a third of it is needed to cover the vacancies that building and housing needs to fill. On this side, we have estimated about 30 people needed over there. I think there's 5 left in the department, so 25 people probably gets about a third of the hiring pool. My question to the mayor through the council president, what happens if Director Martin O'Toole goes to the pool late this year and the money's gone? The pool's been drained.
To the council president, to the councilman, I'll have Ahmed chime in on this as well, but that won't happen.
Through the chairman to the councilman, we have not been discussing any use of the pool with any other department except building and housing at this point in time. It is the priority.
Okay. So
I think as we discussed on Friday, this Residents First was a key legislative priority of the mayor, as it is of council, and we are committed. We're not in the business of letting priorities just die on the vine.
Okay. That's great, because we need every last dollar we can get from building and housing back into building and housing. One of the most essential services we provide. On CMSD, I know that this body doesn't oversee it. We don't really have any authority over the CMSD. And so I will try not to beat a dead horse, but one of the proposals on the table, and I understand it's a contract year, and during contract years, things can also get a little bit exaggerated. But one of the proposals is to end the year-round and extended year schools, which would effectively shut down my kid's school. My kid's school cannot operate without an extended year. So I'll try not to be personal, but it is personal. I send my children to CMSD because CMSD has provided a path towards excellence in education. And it all goes back, Mr. Chair, to the debate about charter schools versus public schools. And I was opposed to charter schools when it came out 20 years ago, or however long ago that was, and I'm still opposed to charter schools. But we know that there are strong moneyed interests behind charter schools. We know that there are advocates for charter schools, and I've always been concerned about the choices CMSD has to make, whether or not to pursue educational excellence to be attractive to people who want to enroll in public schools, or whether to manage attrition because we expect that charter schools are going to peel off so many kids and parochial schools will take the rest, and we'll let them attract for high quality education, and we'll just manage the students whose parents don't get them out. And through the chair to the mayor, I know that there are always these discussions, and unfortunately, city council isn't involved in them. But do you believe that CMSG is managing a declining enrollment or should be building excellence to attract new parents and their children?
Through the chair to the councilman, I think two things can be true. One, we have seen declining enrollment. We've seen declining population in our city. We've seen an attack from this legislature with the expansion of vouchers as well. All those factors play a role. Secondly, however, I believe that it is my belief, my hope, my faith, and I know that Dr. Morgan shares the same vision. We are laser focused on making sure that every child in our city has a high quality school to go to in their neighborhood. And there's some hard choices we have to make around buildings, facilities, and the entire footprint of CMSD. And those are choices we have to make, choices that were neglected for a long time, unfortunately. But we can do hard things. Cleveland is known for doing hard things. And I think two things can be true. We can address declining enrollment by making sure we have a world-class, high-quality public education system that all of our families and neighborhoods can be proud of.
Okay.
Councilman, just to let you know, you've been past the time, but
Last question, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the extra time. I made my feelings on KISS known. I'm not a fan of Machine Gun Kelly. But Sister Tracy Chapman is from Cleveland. She has the #1 song on the country music charts. She ought to be in the Rock Hall behind us. Mr. Mayor, can we get Sister Tracy Chapman the musical keys to the city?
We'll do my best.
Please invite me.
You got it.
all right, thank you. I have Councilwoman House Jones and then Councilman Kelly.
Thank you. Through the chair to the mayor and the administration. Hey, everybody. I'm going to stay in my 15 minutes, but we're going to get to it. All right. So I've talked consistently since I've been here as a council member about the city of Cleveland doing too much. We are doing too much. We're doing too much. We got too much stuff, and we don't have enough money to do all of the things. That is, I'm consistent. I know it is hard, it is difficult, all those types of things. But I do feel like it is a responsibility for us as leaders to really put forth a structure for the city of Cleveland that will be lasting for at least another 2 generations. We are not doing that. And so a request, I think, is probably from both Cleveland City Council and the administration, because we so busy just doing stuff, we don't even think, and like we're not planning strategically about what our city should be, and so we really need to do that. And so asking a question of, for, I would say, the average resident in the city of Cleveland, but I'll break it home to Cleveland Ward 7, what does success look like for a family? You know, the average household income is $20,991. How would they rate us? How would they rate us today? It's February 20th. How would they actually rate us if there was a rating to give out for the city of Cleveland?
Not satisfactory, right? It means we have a lot more work to do as a city.
Right. So giving that about not being satisfied, and I would agree with you, right? I mean, there is no, going into the day, Myrna clearly articulated the calls that we got into our office, right? And this is every single day. We as council members get that. Most people that work for the city of Cleveland don't get that, but we unequivocally get that message. And I think it is really, we need to focus on how do we get the average person of unsatisfactory rate that they are giving us to get to a place at least satisfactory. So this gets into like our budget, and so the first year we had the budget I voted against the budget mainly because I had spent like a week, like literally, because 72% just in our general operating fund, we know right now, this year, is going into salaries and benefits, right? So I had spent like a week just trying to comb through like numbers. Okay, cut this department, they're not going to, hire this person, and only to get to the end to be like, no one actually took my suggestions into consideration. So I was like, oh, screw this. So that's why I voted no on the budget, because I'm not here to just work and try to bring solutions to the table for it to be ignored. So in trying to look at this budget, there are just some fundamental things that I am confused on that I really want people to help me figure out. So we are reporting in the general operating budget that we are budgeting for 4,600 employees. According to, we got the weekend numbers, which basically says that we have, of those budgeted ones, there are 578 vacancies according to the budgeting numbers. Is that correct or no? I'm trying to get this all together.
Through the chair, yes, that's what's on page 40 of the budget.
Okay, so the one of the issues is, as even in addition to talking about the general fund, we have our enterprise funds. So when we had the conversation last week in caucus, you talked about last year, the city of Cleveland hired, it was like 375 people, and then there were about, can you, just point of clarification, can you go back over the numbers of how many people hired of the city of Cleveland and how many people separated from the city of Cleveland?
Through the chair, so for all funds,
yes,
the entire city, we hired 514 people, and there were 717 terminations.
Okay, and then you had another number that just talked about the general operating.
Yep. Through the chair, for the general fund, we hired 369 people. There were 519 terminations.
So it was 369 people we hired in the general fund, and it was 578?
519 terminations.
519 terminations. What is our anticipated, and I know somebody probably asked this, do we have an ideal right now how many separations we are going to have from our budget?
Through the chair, so up until about 2018, 2019, we had a pretty steady number of terminations each year. It came out to about 0.8 a day, if you think about it on a daily basis. Starting in 2019, 2020 it peaked. I think we lost almost 600 people in 2020. It's been steadily declining slowly since then. So my gut is that it's a little bit lower than what we've seen the last several years, but probably in the 400 to 450 range.
Okay. So if we have that level of decline coupled with how many people we need to bring in, so that's one of the reasons when I look at the budget, is like, what's really available to go into more services that would actually help, that people can improve our satisfactory rate. That's at least how my mind thinks, and so I'm really trying to get a better grasp on that. So thank you for clarifying that, because that will be part of when I give suggestions on changes that need to be the budget. That's the process that I'm looking through.
Through the chair, if I could, just a little more clarity on that. When you look at the general fund, almost more than half of the terminations came out of police, fire, and EMS.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at the general fund minus those three organizations, we were nearly flat for the year. We hired about 276. We hired 276, and we lost 281.
Okay. All right. So thank you for that. It'll help me in my mind as I think over these next 2 weeks as far as changes. The other thing is under like our health care and benefits, like what is going on with our health care? So in last year's budget, I saw that we estimated, let me get back to my little handy dandy worksheet. So we had estimated that we were going to spend about $149 million for healthcare and benefits, but we actually, based on the, I think it was well, it seems like we spent $156 million or so in healthcare benefits, is about $7 million over. Is that correct or no, or am I looking at stuff wrong?
Let's see, through the chair, we spent just under 120 million between health insurance and prescription.
And benefit, what about the, so that's it? So, hold on, I must be.
So for the healthcare, we spent in 2023, we spent 89.6 million, and in prescription, we spent 17.6.
And then is it, hold on a minute, hold on.
Hold on 1 second. She
Hold
has
on,
the floor.
Yeah, go, I'm gonna give it to Sar. Let me get it right now because I know I'm, one moment.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Sar.
Councilman, did you have a point on that? I was saying through the chair. Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead, Councilman. Go ahead. Please continue.
So this is one of the things, okay, so I'm gonna have to go back because it looks like it was like through healthcare and benefits, I have a number of like 149 million that was budgeted in 2023. We now have, with our healthcare and benefits, is budgeted at 169 million, correct? So that's what I'm saying. So what you're saying, if you're saying it was only 120 million, where am I off?
So that through the chair, that's just the healthcare number. The benefits would be pension contributions and other
right. So
other benefits.
The class is together. When I put all of those things together, that's what I'm talking about. What do we actually spend for healthcare and benefits in 2023? What did we spend with those things together? Because that was
145 million through the chair. That's what's on page 30 of the book in the consolidated fund financials in the 2023 unaudited column. In the row for benefits, 145.015 million.
I'm gonna go back to that. Okay, so we are budgeting around 169 million for those things.
Through the chair, and that's the result of labor contracts that we negotiated that increased pay, which a lot of our benefits are tied to your compensation, so our pension contributions go up as pay goes up, and then the 27th pay period adds additional benefit expense as well. Not healthcare. Healthcare is paid monthly, but pension contributions, those are paid in each person's paycheck. So if you get an extra paycheck this year, you get an extra pension contribution as well.
Right, and so that is attributing to what is presented as a significant increase in our healthcare benefits. Yes, okay.
Some of it.
Huh?
I just said some of it.
If we could we everybody run through the chair? We got, it'll throw everybody off.
Y'all let
with
it
that.
keep going, though, but some of it.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, and then just going through just to a point of our priorities, getting back to that point of how do we get people to get a more satisfactory view of the city of Cleveland, and trying to understand how our budget is reflective of that, connecting to the two entities, public safety as well as public works. Our city is so dirty. When you drive down just streets, and I can only talk from the perspective of Ward 7, because that's where I spend the majority of my time. I had a director that recently drove to me through Ward 7 and just focusing on their area, and that was Director Martin R2, and I think she was pretty surprised things that she was seeing. And so I don't see where is there room to have real investment in actually cleaning up our city. We talk about vacant lots, all of that type of stuff, but even before we can cut to the lots, you got to clean the lots. But there's no capacities, there's no investment that's reflected in our budget to show that we're actually going to clean. And then we also have to work on just a general philosophy from Clevelanders or people that are visiting, not to use our city as their dumping grounds. But until we get to that value proposition, we absolutely have to have a strategy to actually more effectively clean up the city when there is rampant litter. And on top of that, how do we work with our police department to actually enforce and actually start citing people for basic litter? Basic litter, because I don't even know where those numbers are, but I just,
So through the council president, through to the councilwoman, a couple things. Number one, when we brought Director Frank Williams on board, one of my mandates to him was give me a realistic plan on what we can invest in terms of street clean sweepers. And so prioritizing that is a big priority for us. Secondly, we have done, I think, some pretty good work over the last year around eradicating or getting rid of some of these illegal dumping sites. We need to continue to enhance our collaboration with our environmental crimes task force to really make sure we are holding these folks accountable. And that's why we're using our camera technology right now in certain hot spots around illegal dumping too.
okay.
But welcome any ideas you might have.
I'm definitely, that's why I'm talking about the budget, because those will be the level of amendments, that it will be focused in on that. And then, like I said, the citations, I'll talk to when we have that conversation with public safety. And then the final thing was just on the contracts. I know there was a lot of conversation when members were asking about getting money out on the streets, and we talked about the federal restrictions and things of that nature. I'm bringing it back home. We have a significant issue just getting contracts out to regular folks, right? And so if we are learning the lessons of all the restrictions from the federal government, it's like, well, why don't we take into some of those considerations and thinking about how do we upscale, revise our processes to more effectively get dollars on the street. And so there is not this back and forth of it's 2 years to get a contract paid and things of that nature, which are for real, right? This is not just being made up. So again, because if we're more effectively able to get things out, then again, it would improve the satisfaction that Clevelanders will have. Because again, I just don't see it. I have numerous arguments, and I know our own Tony Tales, I've been going into it back, and she was like, well, no, this is what law is telling me, and I'm going back and forth with people, and I'm just like, I don't want to do that. I'm like, show me from A to B, how do we get this done, and what is the improvement flow for this workflow so that we can get things done. That's one of the fundamental issues that I have, is that nothing is written down. You don't know how, you don't have and I'm saying a real process that people can clearly understand how long something takes. I can't even get to that, and I'm just arguing with people because someone's going to tell me about what we can't invest things, which I feel like are valid things that need to be invested in. Cutting trees, pruning trees where the city doesn't have the capacity to do them, and we got little forests where then people go dump, and then it's it's a compounded effect. And so I really just want to get a place to just being a little bit more effective, or using what I can bring to the table to help this be a much more effective process, and not just arbitrary people making up arbitrary rules based on the day of the week, the time of the season, because that is what is going on. There is not a clear flow chart. It's like somebody create a flow chart and give me something, not something that everyday citizens can go and see. This is how, the contracting process for the city of Cleveland. And it's been very problematic, since I've been here. I want to help, I want to provide solutions, but you can't do it when you're not even given the basic information.
I'll let Ahmed chime in on this.
Through the chair to the councilwoman. So I'm going to kind of break it up into two pieces. One is the entering into the contract, and then two is the payment of the invoices once the contract's in place. And I'll assume that any of the legal issues that could arise are sorted through. We have valid public purpose, all of that. One, we actually do have the process documented for kind of A to Z of how a contract moves through the city hall processes. We created it not too long ago as part of our effort to implement a digital contracting platform that we're in the process right now of implementing, and happy to provide that flow chart to you if it would be helpful. But it is my expectation that with this digital contracting management tool, it should greatly increase the speed at which we can get this work done. It'll all be done in this electronic system. Right now, it could take a week or more just to get signatures on the contract once it's been fully negotiated, because it has to physically travel through the building and be signed by each person at least 3 times. Sometimes it's 4. I don't understand why. And so I spend a lot of my time just signing in blue ink these contracts. With this new system, it'll all be done electronically with DocuSign or some equivalent to DocuSign. So that is one concrete step we're taking to speed the process of getting contracts done. Now, on the payment side, we're working with internally in the finance department to get a system up and running that will allow vendors to tell us how they want to be paid. Do they want to be paid via paper check, as tradition has indicated, or do they want to get paid via electronic payment? And we'll pay them however they want. Our guess is that most people will choose electronic payment. It's quick. You don't have to deposit the check once you get it, any of that stuff. We're working through some IT-related issues to make sure that it's safe and secure and people's information is safe and secure against any kind of attacks. But our hope is that those 2 primary changes will greatly reduce the time of getting a contract in place so work can start getting done, and then the time it takes to get paid for the services that people are providing.
All right, well, I appreciate it, and hopefully you can send over that flow chart so we can actually see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Danny Kelly.
Thank you. Through the chair. Oh, thank you. Through the chair to the mayor and your staff. First of all, I just want to thank you all for being here. Many of your directors I call on, some more than others, but even 9 o'clock at night when I call, they pick up the phone and call me back. So that's appreciated for myself and the ward. My sisters and brothers here brought everything up probably that I want to do. Traffic is a big thing in my ward. Tide rising all ships. Ward 11 has a lot of low mod. We would like to see some of that come our way, and with the variety theater, some of this already started. Appreciate that. You know, Mayor, people in my ward and across the city voted for you for hope. You know, they said he's young, articulate, sharp. They call you sharp a lot. They're looking for innovative ways. TIF is something that a lot of times my ward residents are asking about. I think maybe I'll ask Milady Trevisano to come and talk to him. She has a comfortable way of explaining it. You know, I think my residents would appreciate that. Other thing, I think my colleagues here, maybe you could be, if it's innovative or maybe clever, with the block grant money. I think there's got to be a way that maybe the administration could do something with that so that me and my sisters and brothers here get that $7.4 million. We're able to use it. It's become increasingly difficult to use.
Yeah, thank you through the chair to the council majority leader. Is that correct?
That's it.
Majority leader.
Public service.
I think one of the ongoing conversations I know we've had with many members of this body is how do we create more flexibility as a city around CDBG dollars. I know HUD has tight restrictions, and so it's something I know I'm open to. It's something I know that the finance team is open to, but we certainly should explore that with this body to enhance that flexibility.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. A specific brief point. Yes, Councilman Starr.
Through the chair to my colleague, Danny Kelly, we got to also look at the way we use CDBG. It is not being used based on the HUD guidelines. That's why we're always in trouble, because we just spread it all around instead of the target areas where we can use it. So therefore, when you report and say you want that same amount of allocation, they're like, no, you already got money.
Thank you. All right, wrapping us up, Councilman Jones has asked for a couple additional minutes. Councilman Jones.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, to the mayor. You know, really appreciate the work you do for us. A suggestion is a number of our colleagues talked about this, and this was some of our concerns too, on the spending of the $20 million. Council in years past used to have the CMH, the Cleveland Public Schools CEO come and sit and talk to us about the various different funding that was going on, report to us about things that are happening. When I first got in public office in 2018, I was hit upside the head with a brick of the closing of Whitney Young School, which is a high-performing school, and I didn't see it coming. Didn't get any briefings from the administration nor the school. So my suggestion is, with the new CEO coming in, is to have maybe a quarterly council meeting so that we could talk about issues impacting our representative neighborhoods. I think that would be a good thing. And I'm so sorry that the last superintendent messed us up so bad. I didn't have no faith in him. I thought that at the end of the day, you're running this operation, you had an F situation, why would you close down a C-performing school? You could have learned from that. So with that being said, my suggestion is to humbly have him come in and meet with us on a quarterly basis.
We'll take that up with the council president and Councilwoman Santana.
Thank you.
Just as I close, first of all, the CEO will be coming on Monday, so we have him stopping in the council to talk with us this upcoming Monday to our caucus meeting.
Good.
Number two, want to make sure we follow up with that pool. Just have a couple of follow-up questions, but we'll have that probably offline about what some ideas that some people may have. And then last but not least, Mayor, just want to just say thank you for coming over, spending time this morning. And also, I always like to make sure we acknowledge the entire staff, the administrators, as well as the commissioners and all the other folks that we know dedicate a lot of time to really help serve this city. So
Mr. President, Mr. President.
Yes, Councilman
The
Conway.
mayor said it was in this book, that it's in his book, the pool system?
Yeah, it's in the budget book, and you were briefed last Friday at the retreat on it all.
Okay, because I know I looked and looked, and I'm
Make
like,
sure
wait
we
a
get
minute.
the page for you.
I
okay?
read the book back and forth.
All right, we'll make sure we get the page for you because we do have the information, but we'll make sure you get that. Councilman McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the mayor just said he's extending all your lunch break another hour. So he just said it.
We're going to adjourn, and then let's get back together, if we could, by 1:45 to finish out. 1:45.